access them in both places. But it's kind of up to you how you want to keep track of them. That's on you to manage how you keep track of notes. I'm not going to be responsible for your notes. If you forget to take things down or forget things, hey, then you guys forget things.
Hey, noted.
Yeah. But there is the... Is that on that cheat sheet? Is it in the game rules compendium? There is... some of the stuff will come up kind of as we're playing. I figure this is a good one to maybe just chat about since we're talking about notes. The idea roll is something that you can do. Sometimes I can call for it. Sometimes you can call for it. Especially if like things are kind of stalling, just to kind of keep things flowing. And let me see here. I think I've got it in my... Checking this. I can go to PDF and... Basically, if you guys are kind of like, if you guys forget something, we can get, yeah, there it is, the idea roll. You can make an intelligence roll. The difficulty is sort of determined on how much the clue has been referenced. If the clue has never been mentioned before, the difficulty is regular. And if it's definitely been mentioned, the difficulty's hard. If it was mentioned and you guys talked about it, but like, then forgot it later on, the difficulty then becomes extreme. So it's sort of like, depends on like something that you guys definitely was definitely mentioned. You guys had a conversation about it, and then 3 sessions down the road, you just kind of forgot about it. And it's maybe like a crucial, these are for kind of like crucial clues, things like that. That's when the idea roll comes in. Just something to thoughts out now, since we're talking about notes and handouts and clues and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And then who makes the idea roll is sort of dependent on if I call for one or if you guys are asking for one. Definitely, if you ask for one, then I can make the call whether or not it's like an appropriate time for one. And then if you ask for one, also it's typically your character is the one that's making one.
Shit keeps disconnecting.
And yeah, so and that is kind of the big one. And then why don't we all make a luck roll? So from your character sheets, let's do some luck. Does anybody have any questions, comments, things before we jump in?
I just want to say I'm super excited. I've always wanted to play a Cthulhu game. I can't wait for all of us to die horribly.
Yeah.
Blink.
Nice.
I made it.
Yeah. Well, this is one you want to fail.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
Don't make me be the only one who fails the...
All right.
Oh.
So, Robert, Yang, you guys can both roll a d10.
So close to a 10.
Yeah. So, Robert, you can add 4 to your luck.
Awesome.
Which is good because you got the lowest luck.
Yeah, my luck is pretty rough.
And Sergio.
Oh.
I'm not Sergio.
That's a good question. I think
did you change your
listed?
Oh, I think I did.
Yeah.
So I add 3 to my luck then?
Yes, you had 3.
Yeah, Sergio adds 3.
Yeah. There you go. I gotcha.
Oh, did you get it swapped?
Yeah, I think so. Try just like saying something in chat. There you go. Oh, no, that's
Gino.
You're rolling something, I guess. Yeah. Are you rolling? Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
There he
Oh, that was
is.
luck.
Well,
That was rolled
yeah,
from your character sheet. Yeah.
Yeah, just try
Just
typing
rolling
in
like a
roll.
D10.
Yeah.
Roll what?
Just like a R/RD10.
Oh, okay.
Your mom.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Cool. Since well, Yang, you rolled the highest on that luck roll. Do you want to go read off this telegram for me? The telegraph you guys all got. So everyone's responded to an article that they've seen in their various local newspapers and received a similar telegraph from Augustus Larkin up here, and has now arrived in Lima, Peru.
All right. The telegraph reads, "Thank you for joining the expedition. Stop. Please join me in Lima. Stop. Have booked you room in Hotel Mori. Stop. Meet 18th March at 7 p.m. at Bar Cordano. Huron, Ancash 202, Distrito de Lima. Stop. Augustus Larkin."
All right. And we pick up at that address out front of the Bar Cordano. And I think, say, the lowest luck roll was Shazad. Shazad walking into the Bar Cordano. Right over here. There you are, sir.
Hey, look at me.
Yeah. What does Shazad look like besides his face?
Shazad's a very tall, lanky man. Like, not like stick thin, but like there's a little bit of muscle on him, but like he's not large, other than just his height. I don't think this is the one that I walk with a stoop. No. Uh, he's not the best looking guy, but he's a decent talker. So
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Shazad, you walk in. What are you doing? There are, I mean, on the map there are 3 people in the background. The bar is full of people. There are people at all these tables. There are open seats at the bar. Yeah.
I'll go up to the bar and and take one of the open seats.
Excellent.
Right
Next
here.
up on our luck list was T. We got T at the doorway. And as we're going through, I'm going to try to adjust this background noise. Everyone let me know how it sounds. Try to find a tolerable
Okay.
level.
Sure.
So she looks very like business savvy, pretty much all black, but like not too tight, like flowy enough where she can move around in it. But she'll walk like with purpose and confidence into this bar and start looking for the person who sent the telegram, Larkin. She'll start looking for him as she walks in.
Okay. Yeah, give me a spot hidden check. The first roll of the campaign as you just stroll in.
Woo!
Yeah.
Let's see if I could find it.
Ooh,
Oh,
you have no clue. Yeah.
damn.
You're
Okay.
like, Augustus, is he Peruvian? Is that a Peruvian name? You have no idea. Yeah. There's a guy who definitely looks out of place. He's very big, sitting at the bar. Maybe that's him.
Hmm. I will wander over. Oh, I can move myself here. I can't. Oh, there
No,
it
you
goes.
can't.
I'll
You
move
can't move yourself.
myself
What?
over to the bar.
Yeah. As the bartender's talking to this guy with this eye patch, uh, starts talking to you, Shazad, in Spanish, speaking to you in Spanish.
Adios.
Well, unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish very well, so
Oh,
just a,
Yeah.
yeah, a spirit of any kind. Just
He looks back at the bar and starts
I'll
making
take
a
a
drink.
water. I asked for a water.
It's like he looks at you questioningly, and
So I'll
Hmm.
cancel the thing,
Yeah.
the wedding completely.
Yes. Okay. Bye. Sorry, my husband was leaving.
no, you're good. The bartender starts making 2 of the same cocktail. He would probably know water, but I think he's probably just being a dick, playing dumb a little bit. And then next up in our luck list was Robert. So what is Robert looking like coming through this door?
Robert, he is a big-chested, like tall and wide man. If you know the Salad from D&D, that's kind of his build, except the arms are, human-like. And his mouth like stretches oddly wide among his face. Like irregularly human, like Guinness type shit. How do I there we go.
Yeah, click and drag. You can also use the arrow keys, but it's kind of janky. It's kind of jumpy. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like the letter. I'm like reading it off. I'm looking around the area. I'm like, nah, that looks about right. Bye.
Yeah.
I set down the letter on the bar. Can I get a beer?
The bartender looks at you and puts out a third glass of the cocktail he's shaking and starts pouring it in all 3 glasses.
I look over. What are y'all getting?
Whatever that is.
Yeah, I wanted a water. I'm pretty sure this isn't a water.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's good.
We'll find out.
It's also it's March, but it's the southern hemisphere, so it's like late summer. The the temperatures are fairly mild. It is mid 70s, but very high humidity, so it feels pretty warm, especially for those of you from. Well, actually, I mean, for tea, it probably feels fine. But for Shazad, I mean, you're probably used to a drier heat, so the heat itself is not bothersome, but the humidity is probably pretty annoying. And then for Robert, it's probably pretty uncomfortable, especially having. Well, no, you just came from Tibet, so maybe it's I don't know, probably still a little uncomfortable.
I think I'm
But
getting
the
used
skies
to
are
it.
yeah, the skies are blue though, so it's nice. There's not really any rain. It's just humid and warm, a little uncomfortable. As our final investigator, Yang walks through the door.
Um,
And what does Yang look
Yang
like?
is Yang is a slender Chinese man. He hails from Szechuan. You'll see him wearing a brown 3-piece suit and fedora, and his eyes are assessing but seem friendly. And I suppose I'll walk up to the bar. I'll see all of these oddly grouped together people, and I'll walk over here.
The
Hey,
bartender, without even stopping, just grabs a 4th glass and finishes the pour. And now you guys have full 4 very small cocktails. Like it didn't fill the glass it was meant to, and he just spins them, pours them around. And
are we doing samples?
4 sol, 4 sols, the local currency for Peru. He looks at Shazad as you're now paying for the group.
Yeah, I'll just pay for it.
Yeah, and the bartender, and it's like it's a light, kind of yellow, clear looking cocktail, but it's almost like a shot now at this point. The little amount that's in there.
And how does it taste for those of us who actually get to taste it?
It's very good. It's very refreshing. Yes, it's very citrusy, and very light, very very citrusy, light, and refreshing. I would imagine on a hot, humid day in Peru, it would be very very nice. Although probably a little more expensive because in the 1920s they had to use ice to shake it up. So they get it out of the ice box. But, they got an ice box. They have electricity. They're fine. Yeah. So, yeah, you guys are sitting there, and what's going on?
I assume, due to the collection sitting here, that I'm at the right place for the expedition.
I
mean-
have the letter on the bar. I like hold it up. I assume so.
I'll reach into my pocket and pull out the same thing. Like, looks like we all got the same one, right?
Interesting. I think we did.
Wonder who our contact is. And eyeing around.
Yeah. Give me why don't you give me a spy hidden roll as well?
Spot. I'll learn where these locations are eventually.
How is
Spot-
the sound for everybody?
It's pretty good for me.
Yeah,
That's
I
cool
think
for
it's
me.
good.
There it
Okay.
is. I click on the there we
Oh, 90.
go.
Nothing. You can't see because there's a server standing right behind you when you go to turn around, and he looks at you and he just says, he goes, Larkin?
No. Robert. I hold out my hand.
No. And he points to like all four of you. Larkin.
Yes, Larkin.
Yes. So we're here to see.
We're waiting for him?
Yeah, oh, Larkin. Yeah. Look at the paper.
He's like, okay. He's like, yes, this way. And he gestures for you guys to follow him back to a table in the back, the larger table in the back. There are 3 gentlemen sitting around it.
I'll knock back the last little bit of my drink and get up to head that way.
All right.
I'll take my shot and down it real quick and leave it, the glass sitting there, and also walk over.
I just walk over holding my glass.
I leave the glass on the table and walk over. I'm not drinking alcohol before a mission.
Yang will stop by and grab her glass on the way. Proceed.
Damn. There we go.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, you guys get there, and the server says something in Spanish to the guy sitting at the head of the table. There are like 3 people sitting at the table. The gentleman sitting at the head of the table is very thin and like in a suit that must be his, but he seems to like he's lost a lot of weight recently because it's kind of like just draped over him. It's hanging from kind of every part of his body, and he's just kind of like languidly relaxed in his chair, and he's kind of like leaning over and listening to the server and nodding. Gracias, gracias. Yes, thank you. And he's looking up at you guys and smiling politely. And as the server walks off, he's like, yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Augustus Larkin, and you must be the rest of our merry band of adventurers. I assume, I don't want to, of course, make assumptions. You must be Mr. Marsh. Is that correct?
That would be correct. I assume he's looking at me.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, and then Mr. Yang. Is that correct, Mr.
Oh,
Yang?
yes. Just Yang will be fine. No Mr. needed.
Yang, and then Miss Dunlap. Is that correct, or Miss Nui?
Mrs. Noe Dunlap. I have
Nui.
created my last name.
Of course, Miss Nui Dunlap, and then that would then, of course, leave the esteemed Mr. Ganiev. I believe not traveled
That's
to your
correct.
part of our fair globe, but yes. Well, I'm of course Mr. Larkin, and these are Messrs. Damon Dozer, my general assistant in Dog's Body, and this here is Mr. Hughes. He is a folklorist from New York, believe it or not, and he will be joining us as well. And Mr. Hughes is like an African American gentleman who's kind of smoking a pipe, and he's got a fedora, and he's kind of like tells it to you guys. Pleasure to meet you. And takes a puff from his pipe, smiles at you, friendly. And D Mendoza, just like has his arms folded and just kind of snarls at you guys, or sneer, not like snarls as in growls, but just kind of like whatever, kind of nods his head curtly, if at all, and then just goes back and kind of looks back at Mr. Hughes, and it's like, well, please sit. Um, have you gotten anything to drink, or we were just preparing to order some dinner. I recommend the escabeche. I've had it before here. It's the seafood here, particularly in Lima, but at the Barco Dono itself is absolutely wonderful. The escabeche itself is a hot, sweet and sour dish, for a fish dish. It's absolutely wonderful. I recommend it if you're a fan of seafood. But otherwise, they do good fare all round.
That sounds scrumptious.
Yes. Yeah, and you guys
Always
all
happy
kind of
to
take
try
some.
new food.
Yeah. Well, so yes, and let's get some. And he kind of like waves his hand at the server, who comes back over and starts taking orders. And we'll get some drinks and some food, and we'll get down to business. That sounds wonderful. So, uh, I'm Mr. Hughes was telling me his interest in folklore as a folklorist, but I was curious, Mr. Ganev, what makes you leave the Reds, or the Union as it was? Hoping to
I
strike it
mean,
big.
things have just gotten a little uh hot for my
This one
liking,
is better. The least expensive
and I've just been looking for something different recently, so I figured I would branch out a little bit more, if you will.
I see. Well, I do believe if we are successful here, then this will be quite the undertaking, and you can set yourself up just about anywhere. And you, Miss Noy Dunlap, what is it you're hoping to get out of this endeavor?
I mean, I'm here for the museum, the British Museum. I'm just here to gather some items of archaeological significance to add to the catalog of the museum. That's all. And I like adventure, so they sent me out.
Let's see. And you, Mr. Yang, and you're searching for something, I take it? Besides
I'm
lost pyramids.
I'm always looking into the occult. Kind of became my specialization as PI. So it seems like a good chance to potentially gather some uh, information on some things that could be of occult interest.
I see. And Mr. Marsh, uh, two Americans is, I suppose, we're lucky to have you. But what brings you to Peru?
Well, I've never been to Peru, and I just find the culture and the people so fascinating. And last time I went on the expedition, I shouldn't have gone solo, and you know, accidentally went to the institution, but this time will be different.
He just kind of looks at you like, yes, indeed. I certainly hope so for your sake and ours. Well, look, there are our drinks. Why don't we get drinking and eating, and we can get down to business. And they keep going and talking. And will you guys give me a psychology roll?
Mhm.
Damn, two extremes.
Damn.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, I
Wow.
like it. 79, 46, 50. So for T and Robert, you guys get a like definitely some tension between uh Mr. De Mendoza and Hughes. Like there is like De Mendoza is just like staring at Mr. Hughes, like the like just like staring daggers in him the whole time. Mr. Hughes is like looking around, like listening to you guys the whole time, like nodding his head, listening curiously, and like, oh, that's interesting. As you guys are kind of giving your introductions, and the whole time, De Mendoza is just like staring at him, and like every now and then, maybe he looks at like whoever's talking to like get the measure of whoever it is, but then he just looks right back at Hughes, and you're like, I don't know, is this like just your classic like, 20s like racism? What is this? Um, is it just like he just doesn't like him? And like you can see whenever Hughes looks back at De Mendoza, like he's not like, whoa, why is this guy staring at me? He's like, okay, yeah, he's like kind of doing like keep acting normal, just keep acting normal, ignore it, whatever, it's cool. Um, but for Shazad and Yang, you see there's clearly like it's suspicion from De Mendoza's perspective. He's like he feels like something's up with this guy, and he's like trying to figure it out. And he just doesn't like him. He doesn't trust him or doesn't believe him. Like he's just trying to almost threaten him to walk away from this table with his eyes or
And would we
suspicion.
notice? Would we notice with Hughes's attitude? Is it like literally like he's uncomfortable, just trying to play it off, or he's trying to break through whatever's going on there, try to earn some trust or whatever?
Like he's not super uncomfortable. I think you two, yeah, I mean with like extreme successes, he's not uncomfortable. He's just trying to play it off. He's just trying to like, he's super casual about it. He like it's almost familiar, like familiar for him, but he's just trying to play it off.
Okay.
Yeah, like there is clearly animosity going both ways, and maybe even some suspicion going both ways. But the majority of the animosity is coming from De Mendoza. The suspicion maybe goes a little bit both ways. Yeah, and yeah, your food comes, and yeah, dinner starts. Anybody kind of kicking things off, or is kind of Larkin just jumping into to talking? I tried lowering the volume. Did that change anything, or is it just the same? Has it just been
It
static
seems
the whole
the same
time?
still.
Okay, that's weird. I think it's whatever. It's just not.
Do we have individual volume settings on our side?
You
We did
don't.
the last time we played with those, they didn't really work.
Yeah, and before it like I was able to turn it down with my global controls because now it's like almost dead silent for me, but I feel like it's just been still loud for you guys. So I wonder if they changed it. If how about now? Did that change?
There, that changed. It's gone now. I heard
Okay.
it die down and then go.
That change anything?
Um,
It's
You keep
mildly
changing.
quiet.
it's
Yeah,
barely
you keep
there, but
changing it as I keep changing with the Sirenscape, and I can actually
sorry.
hear like a difference.
And
Like
oh
I
yeah,
turned
you're
it to
right. The Sirenscape works for us.
yeah,
That's our
Sirenscape
on
volume.
works for us.
yours?
Yeah.
On your volume control?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, and so it works. Mine probably does global for you and for you guys, or
No, that's a ladder for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, gotcha. But then if you turn your Sirenscape control all the way down, does that fix it?
that just
Sorry
turns
about
it off.
Oh, okay. How about now?
Still turns off.
Oh, weird. Okay. Oh well.
But we've got a lot of volume control with because I can go from off to I having trouble hearing you over the music.
Yeah, I'll just turn it off and mess with it another time then. Cool. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Rather than it being super loud. All right. Then in that case, dinner keeps going. And does anybody have any questions to start with for Larkin?
Mm, I think Yang's still just getting a feel of everything, so he's just eating his food, and if there's any like casual conversation, he'll join in and respond and such. But otherwise, he's just kind of getting a feel of everyone.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd probably get through a couple bites, get a feel for the food. If no one says anything after like we've gotten a quarter of our way through the food, I'd probably say something.
Yeah. No, once you guys start eating, if nobody says anything, Larkin will start talking about kind of the plan, but just giving you guys a chance to jump in, ask questions, or talk.
I'm mostly just here to see what they say.
Cool.
Larkin.
Yeah. So yeah, then yeah, as you guys take, you get your food, take your first couple of bites. Larkin, starts kind of taking a few bites, and he as well. Then, so I suppose we should talk about the reason why we're all here, and it's simple, really. Well, I say simple, but in theory, uh, come Monday, and for you guys, for reference, it's Saturday, but so come Monday, we will board 3 trucks and head up for uh, Puno on the shores of Lake Titicaca and pick up some pack animals and restock, and then head into the highlands and locate the site of this lost pyramid and, well, recover some what I believe to be artifacts of quite considerable value, which will bring to us both fame and some fortune. It's as simple as that, really. I mean, we live in a beautiful age of exploration, and I mean to stake my name in it.
I didn't mean to send that. I was writing notes in
Oh,
the
you're good.
chat. My bad.
No, you're good. Yeah, that's yeah. So that's the plan. Any questions as he's kind of
I have one question. How long do you expect this to take?
well, it will be 3 days from here to Puno on board the trucks, and then I suppose from Puno to where I believe the ruins of this temple are, this pyramid are. It's rough terrain. We won't be able to take trucks. We'll be taking some sort of pack animals, hopefully some donkeys or whatever the local townsfolk in Puno can provide. It'll be 3 or 4 days across rough terrain, and assuming everyone can make that journey easily enough. Another couple of days on site, conducting digs and recovery. Then 3 or 4 days return to Puno and 3 days back. Then Bob's your uncle. What's that in all? I would say 3 weeks would be a safe estimate, all in all.
And how far away would the coast be from our gig?
Well, from Puno, it's quite a considerable distance. I mean, of course, we're on the coast now in Lima, but from Puno, it is some way. That is inland, and we will be up in the mountains quite a bit, at considerable elevation.
All right. Well, I'll need to buy some equipment before we head out then.
Well, you have today and tomorrow to take care of that. Or
Oh, that should be plenty of time.
yes. Well, actually, I think it's Friday right now when you guys are, so you have the whole weekend to do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's the 18th. It's Friday the 18th, and you're gonna leave. You're heading out Monday the 21st. So you've got Saturday and Sunday. Okay, so you've got 2 days to gather what you need. Mr. Gagnev was willing to fund part of our expedition in return for his share of the returns. But yes, I'm sure he can help you procure what you need.
Oh, it's nothing big, just like like a barrel.
What do you need a barrel for?
Well, I need I need to make sure that we bring a barrel of seawater. It's just a culture thing from where I'm from. It's pretty important that I have access to seawater.
Okay.
I don't expect you to understand. It's from where I'm from, it's normal for us to do that sort of thing.
That seems like a lot of extra weight to have to take on an already difficult expedition, though.
Yeah,
I'm sure it'll work out fine.
I hope it does for you.
And Hughes kind of looks at you. What part of the U.S. are you from? He's sucking from, chewing on his pipe. Part of the states you from?
One. Sure. Sorry, over table. Is it Minneapolis or Minnesota?
Massachusetts.
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 It's Massachusetts, yeah.
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
He goes, yeah. Okay.
You get it. Yeah.
He looks at the rest of you guys and goes, eh. Well, yes, and any other questions or concerns that I can answer for you as you're preparing for our trip?
Yeah, think of it. Ready to explore this thing.
I agree. I think I'm good.
I have no questions.
You answered the only question I had.
Gotcha. And Hughes kind of goes, I've got one. This is a lost pyramid, right? And Larkin's like, yes, that is what they say. And he's like, so then how is it you know its location? And at that, kind of, Mendoza sits up and like leans across the table and starts staring at him. And he goes, hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just trying to know, if it's like common knowledge, are we, worrying about, like, do we need to be worried about other expeditions going for this thing, or do we need to set off earlier? Or was I wasn't, I didn't mean any offense by it. And Larkin kind of like puts his hand on D Mendoza's. It's like, Luis, it's okay, Luis, it's okay. Of course, Mr. Hughes didn't. Of course, I know you didn't mean any offense by it, Mr. Hughes. No, no. And yes, I also take your point about other expeditions being a concern. I have, of course, been, I don't want to say paranoid, but concerned to that end as well. I have burnt my notes, and but I've got them all up here. Mind like a steel trap, But no, I was lucky enough to come across some objects of unique provenance from an alpaca farmer whose grandfather recovered them from what he said was the tunnels beneath the pyramid, high in the mountains. And as this farmer's grandfather tells it, he never returned there due to local superstitions about something about the, pyramid being, the site being cursed or something like that. Local superstitions being what they were. I suppose I shouldn't judge, being as I burnt my notes for fear of people stealing them. But now the farmer couldn't give a precise location on the pyramid, but my further research, I was able to narrow it down to make an expedition viable. And he like reaches into like a satchel he's got by his chair and pulls out like two golden like objects. One of them is a pendant that's like the form of a man holding two rods or maybe staves, kind of embellished with rectangular shapes on them. And the other one is a golden cup carved with like various geometrical patterns and circles and inlaid with turquoise. He goes, they are, as this farmer's grandfather tells it, or as the farmer told me, his grandfather said that there were hundreds or thousands of objects like this, all gold. And like I said, the local people go nowhere near it, terrified of it. So, well, it's just there for someone to find and make the discovery. So, yes. And the pendant and cup are just sitting on the table. And Hughes is just kind of smoking his pipe.
Can I roll to see if I recognize, like, what cultures these may be from?
Yeah, give me an archaeology check.
No. Archaeology. Nope. Some strange objects there.
Yes, but made of gold, so who am I to judge?
Certainly is worth something.
Very well. And and he's we also all give me spot hidden checks as well. These are kind of retroactive throughout dinner. Nice.
Well, I failed.
Feather extreme. Oh. So the other thing you notice kind of throughout dinner is T notices it like kind of over the smell of the food, and Yang, you definitely notice it. It's like this heavy cologne that I mean, you guys, I think you guys all probably smell his cologne, how heavy it is. And T, you notice that like it's kind of covering up his and he by he I mean Larkin. It's covering up his like heavy body odor. And Yang, you smell that it's not just like body odor; it's almost the smell of uh, like meat that's like kind of going bad. It's just the it's a real funk to it. It's got a real it's just a real heavy odor to it too. It's some extra bad body odor. And as dinner's going on, and he's like talking about these artifacts, he's kind of getting like a little bit more like slumped in his chair, and with those like successful spot hidden rolls, you can start to see like I mean even without the successful spot hidden rolls, you can start to see he's getting more sweaty, and like you're all kind of sweaty because like the heat and the humidity. He's like sweating profusely as he's sitting in his chair, and he's like his eyes. He's got these just bags under his eyes, and he's just starting to look exhausted sitting in this chair. And he's talking about the artifacts and the story, and he's like, well, if there are no more questions, I suddenly feeling rather exhausted. The heat sometimes gets to me. I think I'll return to my room and get an early night. And he reaches over and grabs the artifacts and puts them back in his bag and kind of goes to hand it to Luis, to De Mendoza. Is Mr. De Mendoza, if you'll kindly accompany me back to my room. I think I need to turn in for the night. As I said, you're free to do what you need for the weekend, and we will be heading out in front of the Hotel España. That is where Mr. Mendoza and I are staying. There weren't enough rooms at the Hotel Maori for all of us, but 8 a.m. Monday morning, I'll see you there. Have a great evening, and please take a chance to get to enjoy Lima's nightlife. It is quite brilliant. And he kind of goes to stand up from his chair, and he's like, oh. And he leans on the table. Sorry, don't mind me. I just as I said, the heat still.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yes, yes. And as he kind of like leans forward because he's got his like suit jacket on his back, you see because you kind of carrying over that like or probably Yang, I think, because he's carrying over the extreme success. He's got like veins on kind of coming down to his wrists, and they're like black, like these little spindly black like veins coming down his wrist. I yes, I'm afraid I'm not quite as used to the extremes of this climate as others are, but I'll get back to my room and I'll be right as rain in a day or two. Good evening. And he grabs his jacket and kind of like starts kind of not stumbling out, but just kind of like shambling out as Mendoza grabs the bag, kind of gives one more like side eye to Hughes and to the rest of you, and like kind of grabs Larkin, not quite like wrapping his arm around his shoulder, but kind of grabs him by the side and just starts like walking out. And yeah.
Can I notice if this looks like something he's accustomed to doing, or if he's a little worried about Larkin?
Yeah, you can give me a psychology roll.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh man,
Um,
first 100 we've gotten.
yeah. You're like trying to find out. Oh, gosh, yeah. Ooh, how do you fumble this? Interesting. Man. Hmm. Yeah, I think you're like trying to find out, and you stand and like turn to kind of catch them as they're walking out the door, and like maybe knock a plate off the table. And De Mendoza turns and just stares at you like dead in the eyes, and it's just like, and kind of, as they turn the corner and walk out the door, and you're not sure, but you can all give me a medicine check if you want to as well. Well, yeah, you can all give me a medicine check. You guys were all witnessing that. That's fine.
that me included, or
Yeah, that's fine. It was before your fumble.
okay? I mean,
Yeah.
have to have the best of successes, but we'll go for it.
Yeah. Ooh, that's another fumble.
Jeez.
Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Medicine for Robert, not first aid.
Oh, shoot.
Just gonna-
I'm gonna be so real. I saw the med kit and I'm like, oh yeah, medicine.
Yeah. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna maximize your sheet real quick and just untick that.
Yeah.
There you go.
I am supposed to have ones in some of these skills, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some
just
of them are
making sure.
ones, some of them are zeros, like Cthulhu Mythos is 0. Yeah, cool. No, you're good.
Nobody.
Yeah.
What a start.
T, you're concerned he might have, like, man, when did the smallpox epidemic end? I mean, was it before?
1920s?
Yeah.
Oh God, I have no idea.
I don't think it was before 1920s.
I doubt it.
Before we had like an actual vaccine that started taking effect.
Yeah, we'll just go with it. You're concerned he might have like the early stages of smallpox, I think is what T thinks is going on. With those black veins that you didn't see. Maybe you did see. But yeah, as that kind of happens and like all leaves, you're all kind of like thinking and wondering what's going on. Mr. Hughes kind of stands and he goes, I need to use the restroom, but if you're not all going anywhere immediately, would you care to stick around for a drink?
I have nothing else going on.
All right. And
For a drink?
he kind of like ashes his pipe out into like an empty coffee cup that was there, and heads off to the bathroom briefly. Yeah.
I don't know if that guy's gonna be good for this exposition. He looks rough.
Yeah, he looks sickly. I'm thinking it's smallpox, maybe.
Smallpox. Jeez.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that what those black veins were?
I mean, I guess I'm not that knowledgeable in medicine, but my guess is smallpox.
Black
So I
veins,
just
what-
zoomed in and I realized that Shazad looks kind of like Adam Sandler in a costume.
Oh my
little
God, he
Sandler.
does. Oh my God, that's funny.
There's a little Sandler there.
And you know what's funny? That was me putting ugly in like 5 different times. And he still looks.
Ugly? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Oh no.
AI cannot make ugly, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't do ugly. Yeah. So yeah, so Hughes comes back. Oh no, are you guys still talking?
um,
I mean, I
probably-
would be trying to discuss what the hell is wrong with Larkin.
Yeah, I'll let you guys discuss real quick. I'll be right back.
what?
I
Black
he
Black
he is not
veins.
well. I feel like he's gonna die on this trip.
I don't want to follow a contagious man into the desert, mountains, or
Now,
wherever we're going.
I am intrigued about the philosophy of why these townsfolk were so fearful of these artifacts.
It-
I'm curious if anyone else had held artifacts like that and had
Well, it's an
similar.
as an old burial place. Those sorts of things are going to crop up. I think I'm not so concerned about that. But that man
Hmm.
smelled like rancid meat too, like he was carrying
Ye-
rotting steaks in his pocket.
It was he just smelled so much of his cologne. Oh my god, it was overpowering.
Oh,
Hmm.
I just got that peach scent.
Peach?
Yeah, that cologne. Kind of peachy. No?
Yeah, he overdid it with his cologne. You didn't notice? Do you not use cologne?
I think he's trying to cover up that nasty smell.
I
It
guess.
must
I
be.
mean, I didn't smell anything bad. Just oh man, that cologne was strong. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
My nose isn't as good, so maybe that's why.
maybe.
But I'm gonna go get us some drinks.
I'll
I
take
don't know
another one.
what that Sorry?
But I'll sure take another one of these things, whatever he's been giving us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna go grab.
You should find out the name of it.
You should.
You know what? I will. I'll get a round for us.
Over the table. Henry gave me a theme for this, a themed drink for this tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Unfortunately, I don't have the stuff to make it. But
I drove to 4 different
Oh,
stores today trying to find it.
you drove to
And
wow.
finally, because it's an ABC store and they're all linked federally or state, I guess not federally, stately. Um, one of the guys that worked at one of them, he asked me, he's like, "Are you having trouble finding something?" I said, "Well, I'm on a fool's errand anyway." And I told him I'm looking for Pisco, and he goes, "I've heard of that stuff before." He goes, "There was some Chilean lady in here the other day asking for it." And so
Yep.
he ended up doing a search on their site, and he said, "Well, we've had it in stock at ABC stores before, but we don't got none in right now."
Uh,
That's a bummer. Yeah.
But I can order if I want to try it later just to try it. I can just order it online because you can have
Mhm.
alcohol shipped in North Carolina. Weirdly enough,
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, that's
nice.
handy.
All right. So yeah, what's everyone? See, Robert's at the bar.
Yeah, I'm getting us another round of whatever
Okay.
that cocktail was.
Yeah, pisco sour.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Robert never actually caught the name. He started
Yeah.
making it.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, Robert heads back from the bar. Mr. Hughes comes back from the bathroom, from the banya, and
The
yeah.
lavatory.
So yeah, and he gets back, packs his pipe a little bit and lights it, and he's kind of standing there, and he looks back at the door, and takes a drag on the pipe, and looks at you guys. He goes, "So, uh, how much of what we just heard do you guys actually believe?"
you mean of the tales and stuff, or the story he was weaving?
What he was saying, what Larkin was selling.
Um, I definitely think he's being dishonest about some things because that man isn't well. I don't know how he's unwell, but he does not look good at all, and he smells like he's rotting.
Yeah.
I was a little confused whenever he said we'll get a lot of fame and a little bit of wealth, but if there's like thousands of those gold things, don't you think we'd have wealth aplenty?
Yeah, I think he was just being coy, in case there were some of the old it belongs in a museum types, but
I mean, I did come from the British Museum
yeah, but
to
no
get
offense.
things.
It's the British Museum. Mr. Hughes gonna give you like a
You're
you know
not
what you guys are
wrong.
like.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that is fair one on that one. I mean, I don't really think money should be stored or whatever, but each to their own. Huh?
Yeah.
And I mean, from what I remember, most pyramids supposedly have a curse on them anyway. So, if you try to grave rob, you'll die or whatever. And Larkin was sickly enough that maybe it's true.
He did have those artifacts on him. And that's what the
He
curses
did.
would be attached to.
Yep.
Yeah, but if that was the case, wouldn't this farmer or whoever he got them from have died a long time ago?
I mean, we don't know what happened to that farmer person. Maybe they have something that's worse. Who knows?
Maybe that's why the farmer tried to get rid of them.
Ah, he's smart.
I can't afford to be losing weight, and I have no desire to smell like rancid meat or sweat like that dude's sweating. So I'm keeping my distance.
Yeah, I have a family. I don't need to go dying here.
Saying,
Yeah. Well, I don't know about curses, but I haven't been entirely, or at least not with them. Haven't been entirely honest as well. My name isn't really Jesse Hughes. Um, it's Jackson Elias, and I was here writing a book. I figured let you guys know, just because we're on this mission to find whatever it is we're looking to find, I'd rather have you guys behind me than all of them, all of you and them in front of me.
I'm quite the avid fan of books. Definitely support that. What kind of book are you writing? Like historical or something else?
It's nonfiction. And
Hmm.
yeah, you could say historical. Um, written a few books, kind of world traveler, and yeah, doing some research on the book about some of Peru's history.
Just out of curiosity, real quick, since you are an author, have you seen this book before? And I produce my fancy book, The Black Sutra, and see if he even recognizes the cover.
Look at it.
Don't open it. Just, have you seen it before?
He looks at it. No, I can't say that I have. He's kind of running his hand across the cover.
Huh.
Why'd you say don't open it?
The... Well, when I was in school, I had some professors give it to me, and I was instructed to never read it, as doing so would lead to my end, which I assume means death. So I keep it with me, but I don't open it.
Have I
So I
ever
don't even
heard?
know what it's about.
Have I ever heard of a book like that?
Probably not. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will
Just,
take the book back from him.
Sorry, you mind if I give it a look? I'm a book dealer as a trade, so maybe I've seen something similar.
Sure, just don't open it.
Oh
And I
yeah,
handed
of
the
course, of
book.
course. I did want to ask,
Mhm.
are there job checks like being a book dealer?
They come with skills, but none of you have the skill required to know what this book is. None of you have the Cthulhu
Okay.
Mythos skill, so
Oh,
none of
okay,
you would
got
know.
you.
Yeah,
Huh.
and none of you have
Yeah,
a 1 in it, so none of you can even roll because you all have a 0.
okay, got you.
Yeah.
Wow, never seen anything like it. That's really strange. I've seen a lot of
Right?
books.
Technically, Jackson does, but let's see.
I mean, the way he was rubbing it, I had some weird ideas. But yeah, I will steal it away
Or-
back into my stuff.
No, he doesn't know. Yeah.
Just curious. I haven't met a lot of other people who might know what the book is.
The other question I wanted to ask:
Mhm.
do I recognize Jackson's name?
That would be different. That you could give me like look at your skills. You give me like an education, an int. Do you have I'm gonna maximize your thing real quick just to check out your
Library?
other skills. Yeah, I'll take a library use check. Don't you also have though? No, you don't. Yeah, I'll take like a library use check. That's fine.
Okay. I'm kind of going from the
Yeah.
being a book dealer. I've seen a lot of
Yeah.
books. Maybe I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, you do. You recognize his name. Um,
And how do we spell his last name?
Elias, Elias.
Jackson Elias.
Hey, I got it right.
Jackson Elias. Did you write?
He wrote. One sec here. I
Yeah.
had a picture of it. He wrote. Let's see. His biggest book, his most famous book was. Where was it? Sons of Death, which actually came out only 3 years ago. Um, exposing the modern day thuggy cults. Thuggy spelt. I'll type it in chat here on.
Yeah.
Thuggee or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at you. Yeah. Thuggy cults in India.
Yeah.
Say, yeah. Jackson, I remember getting one of your books for a client of mine. It was The Death of Thuggy.
Sons of Death. Yeah. He's like, oh yeah,
Thuggy.
Sons of Death. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
that's one of my more recent ones, and it's been certainly a more popular one.
Certainly. I had a couple customers asking for it. I'll only get 1 or 2 copies though.
Yeah. 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 He kind of saying, yeah, Prospero House is not exactly. Hold on one sec. Prospero House is not exactly a as he stands up and closes the blind, goes across the bar, closes the blind. Prospero House is not exactly a huge publishing house, but they they support me, so oh well,
Hey,
it works.
get your book out there. It's what's important.
Yeah. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. So now here I am.
And are you going to this pyramid to write your new book on it?
I suppose that's where my research is taking me. Yeah.
Huh.
I've been here for about 4 months. I've spent most of that time though up in the highlands, actually around Lake Titicaca. I was speaking with the locals there, and they warned me of a man named Luis de Mendoza as a man to be feared. They said he was, uh, the locals and their folk tales, which is actually what brought me out here. I came across some folk tales of a Peruvian legend or myth called the Cariciri, or the Pishtaco, and they were white-faced men who would suck the fat of innocent farmers and their families.
Ew.
Yeah, and yeah, and the of course the historical information, is just fanciful folklore, but then found some accounts of murder and mutilation in the Peruvian highlands that maybe gave it some more credence. And So I came out here to see, given my background and experience, sometimes folklores like that tend to have a grain of human truth, and it certainly seemed like those legends started around the 16th century with the Spanish conquistadors, white-faced men uh, mutilating locals. Seemed like a blood cult to me, so I came here to research in a blood cult that maybe started with the Spanish conquistadors, and yeah, well, that's what I've been looking into. And I don't know if you kind of how familiar you are with Peru, but Mr. Mendoza, he might look like a local, but he's certainly of European descent, and uh, whether Larkin is, as I believe, a member of whatever cult Mr. Mendoza is part of, or a lackey, I don't know, but the people in the Highlands certainly fear de Mendoza. And when I heard that they were putting together this expedition, I figured it was a good way to get close and figure out why they're so interested in this pyramid. Maybe it's some sort of center of operations or important ground for their rites or rituals. I don't know.
Certainly could be.
I don't normally carry one, but you're making me feel like maybe getting guns as expedition supplies might not be a terrible idea for multiple reasons.
He like pulls his coat inside. I always carry one.
I carry protection, but not quite like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can definitely pick one up in Lima. But I'm yeah, I'm going to be meeting with professor at the university here tomorrow. If you guys would care to join me, he actually tried to join this expedition, and Larkin refused. But he says he's got some. He's been looking into some interesting documents and artifacts, and I think he might have said he found something. So I'm going to meet with him tomorrow around 2 o'clock. If you guys would care to join me, I'm sure he would be happy to share what he's found with all of us.
I would love to.
Yeah, why not?
And if you
Sounds
did,
like a good
if you
idea.
ever feel like trading cult notes, been working in it a long time now.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I mean, my books are all for sale at your local library. Those are all my notes.
I happen to know a bookstore real close by to my house that I could probably get one from.
Yeah. Yeah. And he, as you guys are, does anybody have any questions for him? As you guys are kind of talking, he's like, smoking on his pipe, sipping a drink.
No, none for me.
I think I'm good right now.
Cool. Yeah, as you guys are talking, you hear kind of like an excited voice in Spanish shout out like, Senor Elias, from like the side of the bar. He turns, he's like, oh gosh. And there's a young girl, maybe like 19, 20, and he's like, oh my gosh, Miss Rizzo, please come over, and he like gestures to the table, and yeah, like this like fresh faced girl, she's like I said, young woman, she's like 19, 20 years old, kind of comes over, and she's like, oh hello, like she starts speaking Spanish. She's like, Miss Rizzo, they don't speak Spanish. And she's like, oh okay, my English isn't great, but it's a pleasure to meet you. Are you friends of Mr. Elias? And he's like, yeah, these are they're going to be accompanying me to the pyramid. She's like, oh, well, I'm Trinidad. Nice to meet you. She's like goes around like, shaking everyone's hands.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you too.
Pleasure to meet you.
So he's like, Trinidad here, Miss Rizzo here works with Professor Sanchez. She's one of his undergrad students, and she's I guess been. What is it you've been doing, Miss Rizzo? And she's like, oh, I've been helping him, mostly just like. She's like, kind of looking for the words, like, I don't know, pulling objects from storage and um, digging through crates, reading old books. She's like, it sounds like boring work, and then she's like, no, it's awesome. Like, I love it. Like, it's great. He's like, yeah. Like, she's very, very excited about her work, and like, yeah. I've actually almost done with one book. I think I should have my findings ready for the professor tomorrow. So I'll be excited to see you at the meeting tomorrow, Mr. Elias. And he's like, yeah, see you there, Miss Rizzo. And she's like, oh, well, it's nice to meet you all. She kind of nods her head and walks off to the bar where there's like a couple other college kids, and she's like chatting with them, orders a couple drinks, just chilling at the bar. Like, well, if it's that's everything, I'll see you all at the his office is in the museum at the university, first floor. I'll meet you outside, 2 o'clock.
See you then.
All right. And he takes off. And yeah, you guys, the evening is yours. What's the plan? I mean, it's like probably late now. Dinner was at 7. It's probably like 10 o'clock now, if not a little later.
Do we have a hotel here at a different location? We
It's
have a
not at
hotel period?
the. It's not at the Bar Cordana. You're staying at the Hotel Maori. Maury, yeah. But you do, yeah. Larkin booked you all rooms there.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna try to get up a little early tomorrow and see if I can't get myself a couple things I need, and I guess find a gun dealer. I think you were onto something. It might be a good idea to pick up some weapons. Might be a little dangerous.
Well, if you're gonna go shopping for one, be happy to go with you before we head to the university.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good idea. Hmm,
You see back there. There you go. Sorry, you're still at the bar.
he seemed pretty comfortable carrying his gun around, so I suppose we could just buy some handguns and keep them on us. Take them where we go.
Mm-hmm. Either of
Also,
you have. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
sorry, over the table question. For
Hmm?
gear and cash, I have 80 cash and a spending level of $10.
Mhm.
Spending level is how much I can spend at a given day.
So basically, yeah, if you spending level is no, well, basically yes and basically no. Spending level is if you spend $10 in a day, or if you buy something that's less than $10, you don't need to worry about subtracting it from cash. That's just
Okay.
it's because Call of Cthulhu, they try to just like keep bookkeeping low. It's not like the game isn't really about like gathering finances and spending money and collecting equipment.
Yeah.
It's just not like it's just to try to speed that stuff up. So if you're trying to buy something that's over your spending level, that's when you have to deduct it from cash. And then if it's a bit beyond the cash, that's when you have to start reducing it from assets. Which is then like a longer process because your assets you have to like figure out how to like those. That's when
Yeah.
you would need to like sell stuff. So that takes like a longer term approach. You can't just do that in a day, necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
But our supplies are being funded, correct?
By Shazam.
Hello.
Yeah.
I will definitely need to go with you tomorrow morning, even though I do have my own pistol.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. I'm
Yeah.
a little. I don't know if I can purchase a gun outright. So
That is part of the reason that I am here.
Well, now look over to Shazad and T. So do either of you have any plans tonight? Otherwise, I'll probably just go back and go to bed too. But if y'all wanted to do something with me.
Not really. I mean, I just got here. I wanted to check in with people back home.
I'm probably going to head back to my room and try to get a little bit of sleep.
I will see you all in the morning then. Well, once we walk there anyway.
All right. Yeah.
hope they
Yeah,
have
you
a
guys
bathtub.
Yeah. They do. Cool. Yeah, you guys head to the hotel. Go to bed, and yeah, wake up the next morning, and we're just hanging out in Lima. Yeah. So, what sort of weapons are you guys looking for?
I think Yang's just looking for some easy to carry revolver.
Mhm.
Looking for a 38 special.
Yeah, 38 special is probably just fine, but it's like the gun of the 20s, especially for
Yeah.
PIs.
Yeah. Yeah. The compendium Henry's 1920 investigators weapons. I think the Peru, like any of the very common Colts, I feel like you could find in Peru, in Lima. Like, they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it down there. Maybe some of the like the very common Smith and Wessons too.
Detective special, the pocket hammerless, the single action army civilian, the vest pocket, even the woodsman.
Yeah. Yeah. So the detective special, that's gonna be your 38. Just your stub nose. That's $29.
Yep, that'll be the one I'll be happy to go with.
Yeah, I'm probably like looking at what everyone else buys, and I'm like, yeah, I'll go buy those too.
Do I find
Oh.
any guns that I am familiar with
You have a
here?
gun already.
I already have one. That's what I thought. Never mind. I do
Yeah.
not get an extra. I might
You
like pick
can-
up
you can buy
ammo
an
for
extra,
this
but
gun.
you have 100 rounds.
I have 100 rounds already.
Mhm.
How do
I
add
might
my
pick up an
inventory?
extra. Let
Mhm.
me see if I can find it.
What are you looking for?
So under gear and cash,
Mm-hmm.
I guess there really isn't a slot to put gear, huh?
If you let's see, you should have maximize and gear and cash.
Would
If
that be
you
asset details?
Oh, wait, how do
yeah,
you?
if
Oh,
you
you unlock.
undo your
Ah,
you go like
um,
items.
you know,
Yeah.
a folding bathtub seems quite nice.
I think I'm in the wrong PDF. I think yeah. I'm getting
Would I
clothes
find
and
that?
soap.
Oh, so yeah, so I would just look at what do you. So right now, let's just focus on like weapons and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to look for that one. I went under
That-
Henry's Investigator Compendium Other Equipment. Is that the
yeah,
wrong spot?
Weapons.
You just want weapons.
Oh, there's one that actually says weapons. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Just a folding bathtub. Is there a folding bathtub under other
Yeah,
equipment?
under camping, there's a folding
That's
bathtub.
hilarious. Oh, that would be a good idea for you.
I think that'd be quite handy.
How much does that cost?
670 something. Let me see.
There you go.
679.
A Darrington? Oh, that would be cool. Or Derringer, excuse me. The
Derringer,
Remington
yeah.
Double Derringer.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But
that looks cool. Let me see what else they have in here. I could get a shotgun, but that might be a little much.
Alright. And there's a separate one that says weapons.
Weapons, yeah.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the investigator compendium thing under pulp talents. Winchester, Remington. What is this? Hmm. I don't need a shotgun. I say that now, and then I'm gonna need one.
Heavy arm.
Let me see.
Weapon. Yeah, I'd probably I'd probably look and be like, what's the simplest thing I cannot mess up?
Yeah, like a Colt new service. That's a common. Like a Colt. Let's see what.
A vest pop. That's
I'm
a
looking
tiny
for very
gun.
common or
Yeah,
common.
very common.
Okay, very common.
Yeah, VC.
Okay.
Smith
Would
and
they have the
Wesson,
19
military and police.
Would they have the 1911?
No, I don't think so.
Ooh.
Okay.
Back in the States, they will.
Number 2, magazine 2.
Yeah, the Smith and Wesson
Interesting.
Smith and Wesson safety hammerless. So I'll be like, yeah, it looks pretty simple, straightforward.
Yeah.
Hmm. Interesting.
You know how to use a weapon there, Robert?
Not a clue.
Well,
Are you sure you should get one then?
Well, I see y'all find some. I think it might be a good idea.
I think,
But we
don't
know
we
how
all
to
have
use
don't we
them.
all have some skill in handguns? I think just as being a person in the 1920s.
Yeah, you've got the base, like,
25, but yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess like is that assuming that everyone has shot a gun, or is 25 just you understand the mechanics of a weapon?
you understand,
Hmm.
point this end at bad guy and pull trigger.
Okay, yeah. I'm like, I mean, it's we'll point it like this and pull the trigger. It can't be that bad, right?
Just don't shoot your fingers off.
and
Don't shoot my fingers off.
and
I'm
don't
not gonna
Yeah.
put my fingers in front
Don't
of the
shoot your eye
barrel.
out.
and don't shoot the person who's punching somebody else in the arm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see.
I can't. I'm sure it can't be that bad.
Who would do that? What's the weird thing you're talking about?
You think?
What a random thing to say. Yeah.
So we need to stick with very common, or can we do common too?
Very common.
Okay.
What are you looking for?
Oh no, it's just I'm narrowing down the guns, and I've narrowed it
Ah.
down to 3 guns, and now I'm narrowing it some more.
You need a
Courtney's
second-
characters always get a bit excited at gun shopping.
Yeah. So don't you have a? You
Hey,
have,
guns are
you need a-
great.
You need
I
a
think
second
Courtney
gun.
gets excited.
Yes, I need a second gun. Of course, I need a second gun. I just need
Okay.
to figure out which one I want. They don't need to know about the first gun, I can
Again,
just hide it.
remember this is the real world, so you guys have to be able to like conceal these guns. You can't just like walk around with guns strapped on your person. You're normal people, so like you can't like carry a shotgun around on the street of a city or like carry 3 pistols around on your person. Like you have to think about what is realistic and reasonable for a human being to walk around with, rather than like Jane from Firefly.
Hey, Jane from
So
Firefly.
you can buy
Firefly
a
is
second-
great.
He is,
But no,
but you can buy a second gun and like keep it in your suitcase.
yeah.
And then
Like,
when
I
shit
don't.
goes, but like that doesn't mean like mid fight you go like, oh, I pull out my second gun because you don't
Yeah,
have it on you.
no. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I hide them on my person. I'm not gonna like go crazy. I'll get
But you don't-
Smith
but the
and
thing
Wesson.
is you don't hide them on your person. You hide them like in your room, or you hide them somewhere. And then when you're like, when you know you're going to someplace bad, then you would bring it. But you don't like
Yes,
you
that's
don't
what
just
I
like
mean.
you don't just like carry a shotgun around like in the streets of Peru,
I
in the streets
I
of Lima.
will buy, since shotguns do not seem like the way I roll anyway. I'll get the Smith and Wesson Military and Police
Okay.
for $33. I'm pretty sure I read that right. And then
What's your spending limit?
50.
Nice spending level, sorry. Yeah. And then it's also $2.60 for 100 rounds.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're good.
I put.
You just drag it, and it will drag to your.
I did. Oh, okay, I did already.
Ah,
Excellent.
that would have been
Oh,
handy. You could do that.
my other gun is great. Awesome. 2
Will it
guns for
auto
me.
calculate the cost?
So which one are
too,
you
or-
carrying around on the streets of Peru?
The automatic. And then I'll save the other one. That's my just in case gun.
You have a Webley and Scott 32?
Yes, I do, but you don't need to know that.
Okay, then I won't tell you what I'm packing.
Okay, you could tell me. That's fine.
No? No, okay.
Fine.
Flare gun.
The flare gun, I almost got it, but I was like, no, I don't need it. Because that seemed really interesting.
Well, you never know when we might be in danger and need to call out.
It's also very
True.
rare instead of very common.
Oh, well, then never
Oh,
mind. We couldn't get it
yeah.
anyway.
Uh-oh. I drag it over. My thing's unlocked.
Yep, you've got it twice.
Oh,
It's under
I don't see
combat.
it. Oh, I see, I see. I have it twice? I only see one.
I deleted one of them.
Oh, okay. It's actually gaslighting me. I didn't drag two.
Yeah.
And just doing weapons right now, no other equipment.
If you want to buy your collapsible tub, you can. Yeah. You can't click and drag that one though, because that's just not.
Yeah,
not put
it's
in. Just write it in.
Yeah, it's equipable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but if
dragged
you
the whole
collapse
PDF.
it, can you keep the water in it? Is what I'm curious about.
I sure hope so. If it's a
No.
collapsible bathtub.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
no.
if I open it up, I hope it holds the water.
Yeah.
No, I meant like leave water in it and then close it. But I'm assuming
Oh,
all the
no,
water
no,
would
that
pour
would
out.
be crazy to carry on me.
That would be awesome, though.
Yeah. It's not a magic bathtub.
Huh.
It is just a like piece of folded canvas with some holes in it. Again, this is the quote unquote real world where monsters exist. But like, yeah, this isn't you guys don't have like magic. You guys don't have magic equipment. You guys have just like regular. This is like it's like a folding bathtub from REI is what he's getting. But
It doesn't
REI
have a
doesn't
weight
exist.
value.
Yeah, it's negligible.
Okay. Okay, so if it doesn't say weight, it's just not even.
It's also like I'll let you know when things are getting absurd.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like the $100 we just spent on guns.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
Well, I think so. Basically, T spent her own money because it was just below her spending level. I think Shazad
Yep.
had to buy Robert's pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yang, did Yang just buy a pistol?
Yes.
What's your spending level?
My level is where'd that go? Had
It's
that.
$10.
Yeah.
So Shazad might have to spend to drop his cash.
All right. Well, that's good. What one did you get?
He got the
I got the detective special.
Um,
What? Huh.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just looking at all this other random stuff, and there's a women's toilet set that's 15 pieces. I want to know what the 15 pieces are to make it $23. Because that's crazy.
Women's toilets are very
is it
complicated.
the
I guess. It's under personal care and equipment, lodging, travel, and miscellaneous goods.
yeah? Is there? I wonder if it's
That's crazy.
29. And what did
What
you
gun
got?
did
The
Robert get?
hammerless? You got the hammerless.
He got the Smith and Wesson. Okay.
Yeah, so 29 as well.
Well, the men's
Okay.
toilet set is 10 pieces, so I guess the women had to add 5 extra pieces for some weird ass reason.
$58. Well, plus 100 rounds for each of them.
Oh, and how much were the 100 rounds for each of them? I did not look at that.
260 for the Smith and Wesson. And 260.
Geez, that's a big steamer trunk. 55 pounds.
$63.20.
There you go. So take that away from your cash.
Nah. Bastards.
Would anything else be worth it? Let me see.
And you guys are gonna have Sunday too to like buy the rest of your equipment. I think today was
That's true.
You needed
Yeah,
guns.
yeah. A quick stop.
Today is gun day. Got it.
All right. I put the 6320 in the spent section. I haven't actually like dropped the cash down.
That's fine. Yeah, that'll work. I like that.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, you guys go out, get some pistols.
The absurdity of seeing a 1917 Buick used for $75. It's crazy.
Yeah. Also, how you guys do it without speaking Spanish is a mystery. Luckily, the arms dealer, the gun dealer there, speaks passable English, and you guys get it done.
Excellent. I mean,
yeah.
I would also use the other languages I know, but I assume they don't know any of those.
Yeah. Yeah. probably not.
Destruction is the universal language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think that probably takes you. I don't know how early risers you guys are.
I imagine I get up pretty fairly early.
I think Yank
I
would be
would
up
probably
there.
get up early too, just from habit.
Okay.
I mean, you ain't going
So-
anywhere without your wallet, so I'm up too.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys. Yeah, it's maybe 1 o'clock. You guys kind of rush across town. Although actually that's not even true. You don't rush across town at like specific estates. Kind of the Hotel Maori is set up really nicely. Like basically any place you go. Well, maybe not the weapons store. Maybe not the gun store. Maybe that's like a little bit out of town or a little bit out of the city center. The Hotel Maori is nice because it's like 10 minutes walk from all the major locations. It's 10 minutes from the museum, 10 minutes from the Bar Cordano, 10 minutes from the Hotel España. It's just a nice central location. So it's maybe 30 minutes back to the museum. You guys can kind of get a quick lunch, and yeah, you get to the museum around 2 o'clock, and Jackson is just hanging out outside. I keep on saying token on his pipe. It's just not that kind of pipe. He's just, it's just a casual tobacco pipe for all you guys, as far as you guys know. There's just a skunk constantly around wherever he goes. I don't know why, because he's in some sort of evil eldritch skunk deity.
Not the
And
evil elder skunk deity.
yeah, and he's just smoking his pipe, and sees you guys coming. He waves, and he puts his hacky sack away, and yeah, says, "Hey, how's it going?"
Morning.
Morning. He looks at his watch. It's 2:00. You guys all right?
Oh, sorry, afternoon.
That's all right. Just fucking with you. Yeah, he's like, yeah. Afternoon. Well, he puts his like taps his pipe out, puts it in his pocket, and takes his hat off. He's like, well, should we head on in? The professor's probably waiting for us.
Certainly.
All right.
Right behind you.
Well, and so yeah, so the museum's nice. It is like on the university grounds. It was a kind of recent addition to the university. It looks like, there's like a little opened plaque on the side. It looks like it was only opened 2 years ago. So the building is still really fresh and new. It hasn't really been beaten up by the elements for that long. And it's only 2 stories, painted this like dark yellow color. And out front is a beautiful university park. And you head in, and it's just like tall ceilinged rooms, white walls, full wall bookshelves, and then artifacts kind of dominating the rooms. And yeah, you head on in. One of the first floor offices is Professor Sanchez, and it belongs to Professor Sanchez. And Elias heads in. Professor Sanchez is there. He's a kind of slim, very well dressed, like neatly oiled hair, and well manicured and groomed beard. Uh, Usually these guys like suit on, little university pin, and he was like, "Ah, Mr. Elias and friends, I suppose. Pleasure to meet you all." He goes around, Professor Nemesio Sanchez. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And he goes around like shaking everyone's hands. And Elias is like, "Yes, they're going to be going with me on the expedition. I thought I would. Thought they might join me. They're um, healthily skeptical, like myself." And Professor Sanchez is like, "Ah, I see. Well, your names are." He's like looking around. And he's
Robert.
shaking your hands. Robert, nice to meet you.
I'm Yang.
Yang, pleasure.
Fee.
Fee, nice to meet you.
I'm Shazad.
Shazad, pleasure as well. Well, please have a seat. Yeah, he's like, there's like 2 seats there, plus his, some of you at least.
Oh, I'll be fine. I'll stand. Please, yeah, go ahead.
Jackson gestures for Fee to sit down.
I sit.
Yeah. And then the four guys are just like staring at the other seat, just like yeah. Well, and Professor Sanchez sits, and I guess I suppose Jackson filled you in. They'll let you know kind of the situation with Mr. Larkin and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty well.
I see. What was it he told you?
That you wanted to go on this expedition, but Larkin seems to be staunchly against you going. And something about this potentially being revolving around a Spanish blood cult.
He goes, well, yes. I'm not so sure about the second part. That's of course Mr. Elias's trade, but the first part's true. Yeah, I had offered my services to Mr. Larkin on a number of occasions, only to be ignored and repeatedly rebuffed. And I think it's pretty clear that Mr. Larkin is, as my people would call a hekeros, which is I think you would call them a grave robber. I think he wants to loot the pyramid and the ruins.
That does seem to be his goal.
Yes. So I think the only recourse I have is to find them first and get there first. So me and one of my students, Miss Rizzo, and we've been going through the library and the archives here to find information and see if we can uncover the location of the pyramid. And I think we found one promising book that I've tasked Miss Rizzo on writing up a summary of from a conquistador dating back to the 16th century named Gaspar Figueroa that may refer to the site in question. It was somewhat hard to read. The conquistador's hand was particularly shaky, but she's almost done. I think she's ready to present her findings. I just sent her down to her. She said that she wanted to go search the storeroom for an object that he referenced. And he like looks at his little clock on his desk. She should be back anytime. She's distractible, so I'm sure she found something interesting down there and lost time. But yeah,
Happens to the best of us.
indeed. Yeah. Is there any questions I can answer for you as while you're here? While we wait for Miss Rizzo?
Yeah. Anything you can tell us about what culture this pyramid's supposedly from?
It's a good question. The region around the Lake Titicaca has, of course, I mean the Incas are were in the Andes in that the period that area, but there were also the Tiwanaku, and they lived around the lake, although they didn't typically. If we believe the pyramid is on the western side of the lake, or toward the western side of the lake, they didn't typically make it that far. So it's hard to say. It's as old as it is, then it seems like it would be a Tiwanaku site, though it would just be far from their cities and their civilization.
Hmm.
Yeah. Not sure why they would build something that far away from the rest of their homes.
How do I spell that tribe's name?
The Tiwanaku. How do you spell that tribe's name? I can get that for you. One sec here.
Do you believe they were using it as a burial pyramid, or is this like a temple pyramid?
Little is known about them. They didn't record any. They left no written records, so it's hard to say without actually seeing the site. I'll put it in chat for you. Doom. Here you go on. Tiwanaku. Oops, it's Elias said it.
Not having autocorrect on these journals is destroying me.
They were a pre-Columbian civilization in part of Bolivia as well, and close to the border of Peru. But yeah, without examining the site closer, I couldn't say what they used it for.
Well, if we well, 1920s were disposable cameras still a expensive commodity?
Yeah, you'd have to get your film developed.
Okay. No, I'm gonna check the. I'm not gonna like actively look to buy it, but I'm just gonna check the gear and see what they price camera and film at.
Hmm. Yeah. And if nobody else has questions for him, him and Elias kind of sit and chat for a little while, and he kind of keeps looking at his like watch or his little desk clock, and he's like, this is she knew we were meeting at 2 o'clock. This is taking Miss Rizzo quite a while to get back.
Should we go meet her?
Well, I'm sure she's just caught up in something. Would you mind just going and letting her know we're ready to speak, that you're here? Or she would, who knows, maybe she needs some help bringing a box up or something. In the meantime, Mr. Elias and I can get caught up.
Happy to. We met her yesterday, so know who we're looking for.
Ah, good. Yes, well, I was going to say she's bubbly. It's the weekend, so the university's there's not a lot of people here anyway. She sticks out. It's just down the hall and the stairs on the right. All right. Yeah. So who's gonna go look for her?
Oh, you ain't go.
Shazad would definitely go and look.
Yeah,
Sure, why not?
we're all together.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, you guys get up, head out. Yeah, down the hallway. You can see the stairs like to the storeroom. Go down to the basement. It's quiet. Like you said, it's the weekend. There's just not a lot of people here, so it's almost silent. There is just not a lot going on, and you see at the end of this hallway there's like a door ajar into what you would guess is the storeroom, probably locked normally, but she's clearly must be in there just like digging through boxes. And you walk down, boom, 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 boom. You can hear your feet on the like cement floor, like through this just basement hallway, just echoing down. And as you get to this ajar door and open it up, the storeroom is just like floor to ceiling shelves packed with boxes and crates and like full filing boxes and containers. And they're all like neatly labeled. Every shelf is clean and well kept, but it's just that like dim electric lighting, and like with all the packed shelves, everything is like narrow and tight. And um, and you would guess that maybe this room is like 80 feet by like 45-ish feet, so it's pretty big, um but it still feels kind of claustrophobic with these like looming uh shelves over you, and you're just kind of like going down, up and down these rows of shelves trying to find Trinidad. And you, as you're walking, you hear this just strained breathing and the poor visibility. You're trying to like, what is that noise? And like, where is it coming from? There's just dark shadows everywhere, kind of from the poor lighting. And finally, you turn a corner and see a row, and like half buried under like boxes and crates, you hear that like final rattle as there is like underneath all these boxes and crates an almost like mummified body of Trinidad. You vaguely recognize her features from yesterday. You more see like her big hair because her hair was like her like beautiful hair from yesterday, like from seeing her yesterday, kind of bouncing with her, like full of life. Now is just on this like husk of a body, and her face is just like frozen in fear. And there is just this like disc of flesh torn away from her chest, and her eyes are just staring out into nothingness, wide. And will you all give me a sanity check?
Oh.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know if I like this.
99. Oh no. Extreme success. Robert's like, whatever.
Same shit, new day.
Yeah. All right. So Robert, Fee, and Yang, you're all like, well, shit. This sucks. Shazad, will you give me a D6?
Yep.
Godspeed.
3.
You take 3 sand loss as you jump back in fright, or if you're holding something, drop it, or kind of you have that momentary like jolt of, oh my god, fear, but then you're able to kind of collect yourself.
That's unfortunate.
No kidding. And
That
what
is
happened?
horrible.
I think somebody needs to get the professor and Mr. Elias. Thee, could you go do that?
Yeah. And she was already heading toward the door, and she will run back to get them.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. So you're going back, and what's everyone else doing?
We should probably secure the area. I don't know what happened to her or how long she's been here, but
Or whatever it was, or whoever it was, is still here.
Can I use my listen skill to see if I can't hear anything?
Sure. Nice. Yeah, you hear footsteps. You hear the footsteps of the running up the like down the hallway, but you don't hear anybody besides your friends in this room.
I'm not hearing
Huh.
anything, so I mean, just I guess look around.
yeah, I don't want to touch anything, but I would probably be investigating kind of her body in the boxes and what's scattered around, just visually,
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, you can see. I mean, easily on her. And well, how about Robert? What are you doing as well?
Yeah, I'd probably be investigating the immediate area around her to see if I could find a cause or potentially find where this missing chunk of flesh went.
Okay. Yeah.
See,
Why don't you both give me spot hidden checks?
I was just
Spot
about to make a pun out of
hidden.
that. See if you could spot anything that might be hidden around.
Spot hidden. Ooh.
83. Nope. Cool. So, yeah, Robert, you're not sure. You're not sure where this chunk of flesh from her, like it looks like a
Mhm.
hole almost. You're like, what the hell? Like where did it go? Yang, you're looking at her. You see, like sticking out of her pocket, because like now she is, like I said, like she's like almost mummified and shriveled, and you can see sticking out of like maybe her like she's got like a little chest pocket, like a little, almost like a little shirt pocket, is like a notebook is sticking out of it. And because her clothes are just all baggy on her now, and you can see like a little notebook sticking out, and then you can see also like right next to her body, and especially with your the extreme success that you just hit, is a wooden crate, like a small wooden crate that looks like it's been smashed to pieces, but not from the it didn't look like it broke with all the other crates and things that fell on top of her. It looks like somebody like took something, like hit it or took something to it to break open the top. And inside there is a there's packing straw and like a section of like worked gold with writing, with like kind of engravings in it, and then freshly burned skin on it, as if it's like somebody tried to grab it and it was like white hot and just burned their flesh right onto it. And you can see kind of that's right there, kind of next to her body as well. And we'll cut back to T running up the stairs, and T running up the stairs, and you see as you're running up the stairs, you hear thump, 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 thump coming from a doorway that wasn't Professor Sanchez's office. It's like just a door or two down. And as you're kind of running down toward Professor Sanchez's office, you're like, what the fuck? And you turn and you see there's like a fire on a desk, and Jackson Elias has his coat and is like trying to like put the fire out with his coat. Oh shit! Fuck! Here,
What?
motherfucker! And he's just like trying to put this fire out with his coat.
I will help him try to put the fire out?
Okay, yeah. Ooh, let's check.
Weird. Do I need to do some kind of check for that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what check that would be. Your firefighter check.
Yes, firefighter.
They're in athletics, like basic athletics.
No, is there?
No,
Can you
I don't think
intimidate
so.
the fire
I mean,
away?
it's
Intimidate the fire.
Stop it right there.
Sleight of
Brawl.
hand?
would sleight of hand work?
Reassurance.
I mean, you could always try and charm it.
Natural world.
I'm not
Natural.
gonna
I
do
like
that.
natural. Yeah, natural is like that's
Or is that more like nature checks? I'm trying to think of something that'd be like a survival check, knowing how to work fire.
there is survival
Yeah.
check, but that's also specific to regions. Yeah, or to like to things.
Yeah. Uh.
Would this
Why
just
just
be a
give me-
dex
why don't you give me-
check?
Let's just give me Why don't you just give me a dex check
Okay, I could do that.
to do it without like burning yourself? Nice. Yeah, you're able to like
Yeah.
you kind of like come around, you like grab the other side of his coat and just like help him smother it, and it just like it fucks up his suit jacket, but like the fire's out, and he's like, oh, thanks. He's like a little flustered, but yeah, you get it done.
Is the professor in here with him? Do I see the professor?
No, you don't.
Where is the professor? I say as I drag him out of this office.
He's in his office. Yeah. This is an office like 2 doors down. He's like
two doors down, right?
Yeah. He's like,
Sorry. I pull him out of that office and get to the appropriate office.
okay, yeah. You start running towards that office, and we cut back to as I think Yang, you were about to say something.
This thing in here, it looks like it has bird flesh on it. Does this have something to do with what happened to her? What is this thing? I still don't want to touch anything, but I'm gonna like pull my knife out and just start using it to kind of brush the straw and stuff away from the thing, and
Okay.
maybe kind of scoop it up with my knife.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's big. It's I mean, big enough that it's like kind of heavy. You can definitely do it. It is like 2 feet long. This piece of gold. And I'll give you. Actually, I will as you uncover it. Give me a sec. Yeah, golden ward. It is about 2 feet long and like 1/3 of an inch deep, and both of its ends are kind of like rough, right? Like it was broken maybe from like a larger strip, and like when you try to pick it up, you would guess it's like maybe a little less than 25 pounds. So it's pretty heavy, pretty like solid gold, and yeah. So trying to pick it up with a knife is like kind of unwieldy.
Oh man, those things heavy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it looks like there's writing on it. I'm guessing looking at that makes no sense to me.
None of those shapes resemble any known form of writing that you've ever seen. Which, I mean, I don't know if Yang's ever seen like Sanskrit, so maybe that's like not, that could mean nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
There's writing on this thing. Do either of you recognize this?
You said the language was Sanskrit.
No, I was just using that as
Okay.
an example.
Okay.
You guys, you can all give me like education checks.
Okay.
Like a raw education?
Yeah.
Like, no.
None of you recognize it. Even
Nothing that
remotely.
I speak.
Well, maybe the professor will be able to give us more information when he gets here.
Maybe.
You said she looks almost like she's been shriveled up, like
Mhm.
she's smaller
She looks
than she was.
she looks mummified. Yeah.
She's been like drained.
Hmm.
And as you say, when the professor gets here, I think that's the perfect time to cut back to like to T or the. I'll get there. It's for first session, new characters. To the like by the bicep, by his shirt, like pulling Jackson Elias like around the corner into Professor Sanchez's office, and you see the back of somebody with like kind of shoulder length hair who's got Professor Sanchez by the face and is just face to face kissing him. I mean, that's how I kiss. Um, and it's very sensual. And Professor's going like, and then the guy lets go, turns to you, and it's Luis de Mendoza, and he turns and boom jumps out the window, and there are bars in the window. So he jumps out the window, and the bars he like fucking jumps through them and just pushes these bars out of his way, like breaks the bars. What do you want to do?
So it's me and Jackson running in to see this. I
Yeah.
will I guess I'll tell Jackson, check out the professor, and I'm just gonna look out the window to see like if he landed like the 3-point superhero landing and ran, or like what. 'Cause this is confusing.
He is so yeah, you look out the window, he is sprinting across the park. Like or he's like I guess so you get to the window, he is like Terminator T1000. Is that the liquid Terminator?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's T1000 sprinting
Wow.
across the park.
Okay.
Like not it depends. Not like so fast that you couldn't theoretically catch him, but he's just going. He's just running.
I mean, we have other stuff to deal with.
Okay.
here. So I'll let him go because there's no way I could jump out of this window and then just run after him.
It's on the
There's no
first
way.
floor. It's just ground floor. Yeah, and it's right there.
Mm,
It's like 4 feet down. You can see it. Right?
I
It's right
mean,
there.
I am agile too.
Yeah. You know,
No,
you
I
can
don't
chase
want to
after.
break up the
You can
party.
chase
I
after the
don't want to
bad guy
break
by
up.
yourself. It's Call of
No, no,
Cthulhu,
no.
man. It's the game
It's
for splitting
okay.
the party. You know,
I know, but
chase
I
after
don't.
the bad
This
guy by
is
yourself.
this is the first session. We don't need any too much craziness. So I'll just like see him run off and then go back to Jackson and the
She's a
professor.
student over carrying her books. She yells at him in Spanish as he's running. Careful in the room.
Jackson, how does the professor look?
The professor has like this white slime on his face. I realized how that sounds after I just said that. It's, there's like this like stuff on his face, and he's like, he kissed me.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah. Actually, your student is mummified downstairs. So I was gonna come get you, but I
We give me a spot hidden check.
sure. Where's my
And then after he says, he kissed me like the stories.
what?
And you see him starting to like retch a little bit. But yeah.
I just looked to Jackson. We can't help the professor, can we? I'm assuming we can't.
It's like, what are you talking about? How can we not? Why would we not help the professor? We
He
need
did
to
you
get him
see?
to a hospital.
There was a kiss, and look at him. I don't think
He's
we
looking
could
at you
have. I mean,
confused.
there is a student mummified in the archives, the same student that we were looking for.
There's a what?
Literally a mummy. Yes,
He's
a
like
mummy.
he's like, well, go. He's like, well, go. Call for help. Just call for help. We need to get we need to get into a hospital.
Can you speak Spanish? Because I can't speak Spanish, and these people
Yes, I
will
can
not
speak
understand
Spanish.
me. Then
Okay,
yell for
he's like,
help or
okay,
something.
okay, you stay with the professor and don't.
Okay.
He's like looking at you like, is this lady gonna kill the professor if I leave him with her? Like, what's going on? He's like, he's not. He'll be okay. Just keep him awake while I'm
Sure.
getting help.
Okay.
And he like runs outside without.
I
a
will
coat.
like poke the professor with some ruler or something I find because I am not touching this guy. To just
Yeah.
keep him awake, I poke him and
You see,
maybe
like,
talk at him.
his the skin where that like white stuff is like kind of turning red a little bit, almost like it's like kind of just where he doesn't have his beard. You can kind of see it around his lips is kind of turning red, almost like it's like burnt a little bit, like it's like the fluid is a little caustic. And we'll
Is
cut
he
back to. Oh, go ahead.
looking any? I was just one quick question. Is
Yeah,
he
go ahead.
looking anything like the student downstairs, or is this
No.
completely different? Okay.
No, he doesn't look like he's he doesn't look like he's wasting at all.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I will poke him to keep him awake.
Yeah. And then we'll cut downstairs. What are you guys doing?
I would say, ma'am, they're taking a while to get back. Maybe I should go check on them.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it's only been like 60 seconds, but yeah.
Oh god. Then reframing. Man, I'm not sure how we're gonna tell the professor this. I don't think it's gonna take too or it's not gonna take this very well, seeing as you know, as students like this. Not very good with words either.
Sorry, I didn't roll that for Jackson.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Also, whenever we fail a check, do you
Mhm.
check it off with a green check?
Nope, only when you succeed.
Only when you
And
succeed.
it does it
Got
automatically.
Oh, handy. Um. hmm.
Back.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying something.
What's that?
Well, I guess is this artifact still on the ground, or did you put it in a?
I couldn't really move it all that well with the knife, and I'm not touching it with my hand.
Yeah. Do they?
This
I'm
would be a
looking
good
around.
this would be a good chance to give me a natural world check. Yeah, so why don't you give me a natural world check?
Natural world.
All of us, or just him?
Yeah, yeah, I think any of you can.
No.
I know it's
Or-
pretty low, so
yeah, that's a 10%.
no.
Here we go. Let's try.
Oh, no.
Uh-uh.
That's all right. Yeah, you're
Well,
good. Keep going.
they had to have gotten it in there somehow. Maybe there's some tools around here to help handle artifacts without touching them.
Well, I don't think artifacts normally burn people and turn them into mummies. But
I mean, I suppose, but it got in the box somehow, right?
I don't know. I think getting the professor's assessment of what's going on, because we're pretty lost right now. I mean, I've never seen anyone just turn into a mummy before. And I swear she was alive and breathing right before we found her. And
That's what it
mummies
sounded
usually
like.
don't breathe.
Yeah, I would certainly say it's oddly peculiar. Well, I mean, at the very least, I guess we can help uncover her. She's still covered in the books, right?
Yeah, she's like partially buried. Yeah, like crates and books and boxes and
Yeah,
stuff.
I guess
moving
we
the
can
stuff
help
out of
to.
the way is probably a
Yeah,
fine idea.
Okay.
and
Yeah.
I'll also hesitantly lean down and kind of close the eyelids over so the eyes aren't, if I even can.
Yeah. 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 So you can. Yeah. And then while you guys are like moving stuff out of the way, disturbing the crime scene, you can you can yeah, you can uncover her body, and you notice, I think just because it takes you a little bit of time to do it, you notice that there is like a blood trail leading from her that does go like out. Seems like it goes out of the storeroom. Like now that you're kind of taking this time to like look at it and notice
Does
it.
it go back out the way we came in, or is it
Yeah,
there?
it does. It seems like it wraps around one of the like the store racks, the shelves, like a slightly different way, but it does go out the door that you came in. Yeah.
I think somebody was here. I don't think it was that artifact alone that did this.
I'd certainly say a blood trail is not usual for a museum or a university. What do you say? Well, we should probably all go together because if there's a blood trail, there's probably danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't want to be gone and Fee and the professor come back and us just have left with the body here.
You're right. You're right. I guess we'll wait for them. Speaking of which, they should be here by now. It's a pretty urgent situation.
You are right. They've been a while. I would have expected them back by now.
Do one of us want to go check on them?
Probably should. I suppose I can go.
All right.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah.
We'll stay here and kind of watch the area.
As I'm going back out, I will be kind of eyeballing this blood trail as I'm going back out.
Mhm. Yeah, give me a track roll.
There's a skill I think I
You
have.
can roll with a bonus die.
Okay. How do I add a bonus die?
That is a good
And when you click
question.
on it,
Oh,
it's
bonus die. There we go.
yeah.
I see it. The slider.
Yep.
Cool.
Didn't need it.
Nope.
Oh, you have 10. Darn. Okay.
Are we able to use our
yeah.
luck on that?
Yeah, you guys, yeah. Good call. Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys,
don't forget
so
about
you
your
guys need
luck.
some luck. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can like click the
Um,
you can click the roll and you can say like spend 16 luck to pass. You can do that directly from the chat box. It doesn't. You don't get the green. You don't get the green check for the skill when you spend luck to pass. For the record, you like for the advancement rolls, but you still get the. You still pass the roll.
let's see. That's 16 luck.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll spin the luck. How you said it? I'm clicking on it. It's just saying. Oh, here we go. I had to
Yeah,
scroll
click
down
on
then.
Yeah.
And 16 luck to pass. There we go.
All right. So yeah, so you track this blood trail, and it goes out the storeroom, up the stairs that you came, back out the hallway. It goes into an office that's like a couple doors down from the professor's office, and then it comes back out of that office and then into the professor's office where you see the kind of like melt over the professor who's got this like white waxy substance over his face, and he's just like kind of mumbling to himself in Spanish, and he's like looks very unwell.
Thee, what's going on?
So Louise came in here and kissed him, and now this is happening.
De Mendoza?
Yep. So he's a monster. I don't want to touch the professor because I don't want to get what he has. But yeah.
I don't know how your culture is, but I mean, monster seems harsh for a guy that wants to kiss another guy.
No, like Louise like attack kissed him. He was not reciprocating. And then do you see this window? He jumped out the window, broke the bars on the window while he jumped out, and then just started hauling ass across the campus away. And then this film started to form, and you see the little burns on his face? Yeah. He is a monster.
I just followed a blood trail from what's her name, Miss Miss Riso, from her body to place a couple doors down here.
There was a fire there.
Okay, well, it comes back out of there and then into this office. So seems to be tied together.
Great.
So did you see that guy? Did he like run out of that office and into the room?
No, when I came this way, I found Jackson putting out the fire. I helped him put out the fire. We ran here, and that's when the attack kissing happened.
Why was Jackson in there? And how did he get in there and De Mendoza get in here without them seeing each other?
I don't know.
Well, where's Jackson now?
To run for help because nobody here would did he run away, and I said go get help, and he wanted me to look after the professor, so I've been keeping the professor awake without touching him, but I don't know where he went.
Oh Lord.
This is a clusterfuck.
Do we think he was working with De Mendoza and Larkin the whole time? Maybe they were trying to suss us out?
At this point, I have no idea. I am so confused. Let's just go with that and see what happens.
Have you is Is the professor okay?
I mean, come and look for yourself, and I'll like try to poke the professor a little more. Does his face look worse?
No, it looks about the same when you saw it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yang, will you give me a spot hidden?
Sure. Damn it. We're all very
One of your best skills too. Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
you've passed a bunch of those already. Yeah. 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 I mean, he just looks not good. But yeah.
Do I feel like there's any kind of first aid I can do to help him?
You're not sure how to help him. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I check like his pulse and stuff? Does it seem
Yeah.
weak?
Yeah, you can give me first aid to do that. Woo! Nice. His pulse, it seems fine. It seems okay. Like rapid because he's freaking out, but it seems okay in terms of like strength.
Pulse seems stable. I don't think you're gonna die, Professor. I don't know how conscious you are right now, but if you can hear me, try to take deep breaths, try to calm yourself down. Your heart's really racing right now, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you think we should just leave him here?
No, but I'm worried if Jackson is working with them, maybe he ran off to pin all this on us.
Oh God.
And
But
at that, we'll cut back to the storeroom. What are you two doing? Just hanging out?
There. All right. I'm starting to get a little worried. This is a museum, right? They should have security here. Why don't we go get a security guard? Someone. I think they'd know what to do better in this situation. I don't really handle dead bodies very well, let alone mummy ones.
I agree, but I mean, I didn't see any on our way in.
That's a good point. Over table, what did we see people actively here, or did it seem mostly empty?
It seemed mostly empty.
Shit, yeah.
Like maybe the
Mm.
professor had some keys to get in.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to leave the body here in case something happens, but I also don't want one of us to be by ourselves in case, well, something happens.
Yeah.
Why don't we give him a couple more minutes, and then if not, I guess we'll both head over and see if we can't figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
And ooh, I'll like grab a book and like just put it over the artifact. Let's just make
Mhm.
sure no one accidentally, steps on that or touches it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You guys. Yeah, we'll cut back to the office. Yeah, you put the book back on, and we cut back to the office as yeah, you guys are sitting there, and um, Jackson Elias kind of runs back in. He's got like a police guard, police guard. Oh my god, a police officer. I was thinking about security guys. A police officer with him, and he is like speaking in Spanish to the police officer, and he like points at the window, and he like, points at the professor, and he's speaking in Spanish, and looks at you guys. He's like, kind of gives you a thumbs up, and then like a couple seconds later, like a a doctor comes in, and the doctor kind of like looks at the professor, comes in, and like tries to go start working with the professor, and he's like, the police officer is going to want to talk with us, but come here real quick, and he like gestures off over to the corner.
What's up?
Are we gonna tell this police officer about the mummy?
The what? Oh, that's right.
I told you, the mummy
you
downstairs.
told me about that. Shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, I guess we have to. But, look, I think we can't be. Obviously, tell them that De Mendoza attacked him, but I would leave the whole monster thing out of it if you're not trying to be, you know, like institutionalized in Peru. Just, I told him that a very sick man attacked the professor. Let's just sort of keep it there, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. And he turns and he goes, yeah. He gives the police officer a smile. Yes, yes. And walks over to the professor and like puts his hand on his shoulder and kind of gives his shoulder a squeeze. And then starts talking to the police officer, and he goes, says something. The police officer like gives him like a weird look and turns and starts like walking outside to go downstairs. And a few seconds later, police officer comes in and is like, ah! And wait a second, we're all T100 for this police officer. Oh no. Yeah, police officer's like, oh. Mm. Police officer just kind of squats down, looks at Rizzo, and looks at you two, and just kind of waves for you to go upstairs. And he stands up and walks outside. You guys gonna do anything before you go outside? For Robert and Shazad?
Yeah, I'm gonna copy do my best to copy the symbols I see on that artifact into my journal before we leave.
Okay.
What that'd be like an archaeology?
Yeah, I feel like that might be almost like a forgery roll, but yeah,
Yeah.
you could do archaeology. I'll take an archaeology since you don't have forgery.
Yeah. Just, trying.
Hey, there you go.
Ah,
8, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, you copy them down.
might come in handy whenever down the road.
Okay. So yeah, the police officer kind of gets you all outside. There's a and waits for basically a detective that can speak English to come out to come by. We kind of fast forward a little bit for that to happen. So it's maybe 4 o'clock by the time that happens, and you're all sitting in a different office. There's now like 2 police officers standing there, and finally this police officer comes in and kind of gets statements from everyone. What do you guys say? What are you telling this police officer?
I mean, I guess Yang would kind of go through, for the most part, the facts, leaving out like seeing a dude being a monster. Well, he didn't see the dude be a monster anyway, but he'll give most of the facts. I don't know if he'll go into too much detail about like the expedition or anything. Just say that he's going to be working with Jackson, and Jackson was introducing them to the professor, and and kind of all this happened.
Okay.
I mean, Shazad's just gonna pretty much tell him exactly what happened, at least on the like in the basement section, because like can't exactly refute any of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd mentioned we went down, saw the body, uh, and saw that weird blood trail. But I never investigated the blood trail further.
I tell him pretty much everything except when we get to the kissing thing. I leave out the kissing and just say that the professor was attacked, but leave in that the guy jumped out the window and all that other stuff.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, as they're like so you guys are all talking, and they are carrying, you can see them. I think at some point, they take you all in one by one into the office to talk with the detective, and you're all like sitting out in the hallway together, and they're carrying Trinidad's body out on like a little stretcher, and uh Jackson stands up and says something to like one of the coroners, or one of the police officers, and like goes to like hold Trinidad's hand, and um then kind of like makes a show of like, oh, so sad, like and will you all give me a spot hidden check?
There's so many dice.
Damn. Yeah. So those of you that succeeded, Yang definitely. As he's like, it's so sad. He like, like sleight of hand. He like snags her notebook as he's like holding her hand and like talking about how sad it is, and he comes back and sits down, and you see him like slide the notebook into his pocket, him a jacket pocket. So oh fuck, he's got a gun too. I guess they took his gun. So yeah, because but yeah, he puts the notebook in his pocket, his pants pocket, and kind of gives you guys a like look.
I'm just like, oh, this guy's good in my head.
Yeah, Yang will just nod at him.
And eventually, yeah, the last one of you comes out, and the detective says, basically gives you the old like, "Don't leave town" speech. We'll be in contact. We'll speak with you, and we'll speak with you at the Hotel Maori if we need to, but don't leave town. And yeah, otherwise you're free to go. And Jackson's like, okay. Drinks at the bar.
Yes, please, for the love of God.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. And yeah. So yeah, we'll head back to the Bar Cordano. And ouch. Give me one sec here. Ooh, that is funky. And yeah, you guys all head over and kind of sitting at the bar, sitting at maybe I guess a table. Yeah.
So, why were you in that other office? I asked Jackson.
There was a fire.
Yeah, but like, was the door open? And you just ran in, or?
No, I heard I heard like glass breaking and went in and saw a fire. Was trying to put the fire out.
Did you see anyone leave?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I found a blood trail from Miss Risso's body all the way to that office and then back out of that office and to the professor's office.
Hmm.
So I think Damon Doza is responsible for Miss Rossi as well.
He's like shaking his head and thinking about it.
I mean, the professor did say that he kissed him like the stories.
Like the stories.
Mm-hmm. What was the tale of the white-faced people that suck the fat out of farmers? Is that what he... I'll like whisper this. Is that what he is? Is that what he was trying to say?
Yeah, maybe, but
Are you
you know,
saying that Damon Doza actually drained Miss Rossi down to a husk?
that's that's impossible. It doesn't mean it's
Yeah, I will
I don't
disagree.
know. We saw a lot of things that were impossible today, sir. I'm starting to believe that maybe one of these things actually is true. Like, who jumps out a window and then breaks all the bars on the window on the way out without trying, without like cutting the bars first? No
Well,
way.
maybe they were cut first as far as that goes. They could have came in before and set that up as an
Mm,
escape.
It seems like he planned this. Maybe he did. Yeah. And maybe he somehow poisoned Miss Rizzo.
Somebody would have to investigate the bars to see how they broke.
but to mummify in a day? I don't think there's anything that could do that.
I don't know. I'm not a Scientologist, so I don't know. But and he pulls out her notebook. I know what I am here for, and I'm not. I don't want to be a ghoul, but I don't want to. I'm sorry to steal from the dead like that. But Professor Sanchez said that Trinidad was just about done translating that book, so I figured her notes were probably in here.
Could the book have done it?
A
He
book?
looks at her notebook. Like, I hope not. And
I,
he looks
I
at his
know
hands.
I know we've had a long day, Thee, but maybe you want to have one of those drinks you're not interested in having?
Well, I mean, if I was given a book that I can't read upon pain of death, there has to be more than one, right?
Yes, but you don't know if that's true because you've never opened the book.
Yeah, because I don't want to die. Do you want to open my book that I was told to never open ever? And see if you die? Because you can if you want. I don't want to do that.
Um, Despite wanting to kind of prove that craziness wrong right now, with what's going on, I'd prefer to keep on task.
Fine. I drink like half of my drink because it's been a long day.
Now, don't get me wrong. I believe in curses and things. But a book draining someone to a mummy, that seems like a bit much.
I'm more intrigued about whatever did that left a hole in her chest, which, at the very least, we can explain a hole in someone's chest better than we could a mummy, if you will.
That's true.
And if he'd like to take out a piece for a souvenir.
Well, where's the hole? Was it like over her heart?
It was like in the center of her chest. Like, I understand.
Center, okay.
How big?
And like
Or-
ragged.
or-
Like I don't know what's that, like 4 inches.
Were the bones intact under the hole? Because that'd been like at the rib cage, or were they destroyed?
They were mostly intact. Yeah, but the flesh around it was like torn out, like torn at.
Hmm.
Yeah. And yeah, why don't you all give me like another natural world check? I know it's like super low for everybody, so that's all right.
That's how it be.
You can't get it higher unless we keep rolling on it and succeed at some
Yeah.
point. So
You're all thinking about it.
Today.
All thinking about the whole. You all saw it. Oh, it's so
Not
close
today.
to 16. But that's someone did. Nobody had 16. The dice bumped it. 74. Nope. Yeah. So yeah. The hole was like circular and looked like it had been like, I don't know, just kind of the edges were all jagged. But and then Jackson is like, either way, if the book was no, it's crazy. I'm not even gonna humor that as an idea. This isn't even that book. This is her notebook. This is her thoughts on that book. Her translations. So and he kind of pushes it forward. So who's gonna read it?
Not me. Heck no.
I can certainly give it a
and anyone
try.
to read it but you? Did she write it in Spanish?
Oh, shit. And he looks at it, and he's like, he kind of opens it and like looks at the corner. Yeah, I guess so. And he pulls out like a note, like one of his notebooks, and while you guys are drinking and talking, he starts like kind of going over like the last few pages and writing it down and kind of translating it to English and looking at like I think found the at least the interesting parts, and then flips over a page. Oh no, doesn't die. Gives you guys the interesting bits in English, and I will give you this. And let you read that, and I'll be right back while you're reading that.
There's a quick little thing before like he finished up the pages while we're drinking. I like hold up my hand and like make it to like a fist. Y'all think the hole was about this big? As I like hold up my fist.
Are you trying to suggest someone punched a hole through her?
I mean, you did say he jumped through iron bars.
He did.
Yeah,
That
but
he
there wasn't
did.
a lot of damage to the rib cage. I feel like if he would have punched through it, would have went through that too.
I mean, well, my thought is, of course, just exploring the concept of this being a creature. Would it be possible that there's some kind of like cursed magic that drained her that came from this person?
We're getting way out in left field.
I mean, he did presumably spit up some like acid from
I
his
know, but
mouth. No,
how about we rein it in and talk about plausibility first? Listen, I deal with the occult all the time, and they do all kinds of weird stuff, and some of it looks like it could be supernatural because they think everything's supernatural, but most of the time it's just some crazy people doing weird stuff.
well, you know what? Maybe
So
you're right.
yeah, let's start in the world of reality, and then we can move into the crazy afterwards.
All right, I guess, but I don't think you realize how crazy. I think you think it's more crazy than it actually is. I've seen some weird stuff in my time.
I've seen some weird stuff in my time too, but monsters on this earth that suck people dry is definitely far from one of them.
All right. Well, it looks like Jackson's just about done translating, so I guess we'll take a look at it.
Um,
Oh, I spelled the guy's name. That there's no added letters.
I had it close.
Yeah, who else
not
was in the Google Doc trying to write?
Oh, I was the one that spelled his names out, their names out earlier, and made an attempt.
Oh, I'm writing my own notes on. But that's how you spell it.
Oops.
Well, this curse is definitely a curse, but it certainly describes some kind of ancient evil linked to those artifacts.
This is not good.
Hmm.
I'm wondering if. Wait, is this the same Louise that we know?
Same name, but it can't be the same Louis
It-
we know.
It
Yeah,
ca-
it's impossible.
mm,
This was in 1543.
he started to devour him like a human leech. And he was kissing the professor and screwed him up through kissing him. It sounds very similar.
Hmm. Leeches are known to suck the blood of other creatures.
I mean, but that means he would. It's been like what 300. That.
I mean,
Huh.
I'm sure this just a coincidence of name. It can't be the same person.
It has to be. There's no way.
The, they they've been studying this. They probably read this legend too. Everything he's doing is just to put on an act to scare people. He used some tool to take that hole out of Trinidad. He did that weird thing. He probably had something caustic he threw in his face and then did that. They're trying to act. He's trying to act like he's this Mendoza in this text who supposedly became a monster. That's obviously what's going on. He's trying to scare the professor away, and
Huh.
we're going out
But
to the wilderness with madmen.
yeah, but why would Larkin keep him around? That I don't
He
understand.
could be in on it.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned. Well, I mean, I guess come to think of it, you had mentioned those black veins on his arms, and like you said, he smelled like rotting snakes. What you
Just
said?
rotting meat in general. I
Rotting
don't know if it
meat.
was snake meat specifically.
While I know you don't want to indulge in the supernatural, this does seem like an eerily similar case to what we're reading here.
I'm
And
not against I'm not against posing the supernatural. Just we start at plausible and work our way out. We don't start at the far end.
did anybody see his pockets? Did he maybe put like meat in his suit to give this illusion?
I didn't think about it actually.
Maybe the veins are markers. It's just this elaborate scheme.
I, if he was sweating that bad, I don't know if a marker would stand up to sweat like that.
But why would he be trying to scare us off when he wants us to go on the expedition with him? Like Mendoza trying to scare the
Yeah.
professor makes sense to me. But we came to go on this expedition with him, so him coming in trying to scare us, that part doesn't make sense.
Now,
No.
I don't think he expected us to be there with the professor.
No, no, no. I mean, he smelled like meat when we were having dinner. Why would he be trying to scare us then?
That does bleed. Maybe he's not mentally well. Maybe he's gotten into this idea that he must manifest himself to be the legend, if you will.
Maybe?
There are plenty of psychology cases of patients going mad, and in order to live out the fantasy, they play the part, if you will, and it indulges them into their everyday lives.
We're not talking from personal experience, right?
No, no, of course not. I went to university. I studied, and my father was a professor.
Okay. Think here. Do do we know where Larkin and Mendoza are staying?
Yeah.
Yes, they told us. It's the Hotel if I remember correctly.
Why don't we go pay him a
Mm,
visit? Just clear things up.
I don't know going and confronting them head on with this is the right way to go, but some reconnaissance might not be a bad idea.
I mean, if I would assume their hotel also has a bar, we could just chill at their hotel bar, keep an eye out.
Yeah, but we don't want to be obvious. I mean, we all kind of stand out here in Peru, and think if we're gonna do so, we need to stay out of sight.
I mean, I'm a stealthy individual. I can't, speak for all of you, but I could probably sneak in.
Okay, wait. Just to back up here. Are we sure that we saw him as the one who attacked the professor?
Yes, I was there. Jackson can back me up. It was him.
Jackson nods. Yeah. Yeah, it was him.
Huh,
Been following him for a couple weeks now. It was definitely him.
definitely him. All right.
Have you ever, in your time following him, have you ever heard anybody refer to him by any other name than Luis de Mendoza?
No. No. But, you know, family names or like you said, one of you said maybe he took on the name of maybe he found the text that Rizzo Trinidad was referencing here. Maybe he's read it before and took on this identity, and
Hmm.
his name is sort of infamous in the Highlands, and maybe that's the point. Maybe that's what he wants people to fear him. That's not uncommon in my experience.
He
That's
definitely looked like he was trying to put off an air of something when he was at dinner with us.
yeah.
He, I suppose he could be trying to scare us off and have us warn others. Since this was a public, I mean, this was a this was a something he posted in a newspaper for people to find. Maybe when he wants to scare us off, so when people ask, we spread this rumor of him being, you know, that evil creature, and then he can go find the pyramid himself, and no one will ever want to go touch it.
I mean, It's possible, but why would you bring in people from all around the world for an expedition if it's the whole point of it's just to create that illusion? Couldn't you just find some locals, say you need some help, and then be all weird around them?
Well, the
No,
locals,
yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
locals, I mean, locals are one thing, but if you have people from around the world telling you about this evil, now that looks a lot more convincing.
If I'm a local and I see foreigners with strange faces I've never seen spouting stuff off like that, I'm probably just going to take them for some nutcases. I would be more likely to listen to a local.
Hmm, suppose. Whatever village you got the penance from, although that could be a fabricated story too.
It could. He could have just had some goldsmith make those things up.
This is true. Well, I took note of the artifacts, hieroglyphics, so whenever we see those medallions again, or whenever we get to the pyramid, we could always double check just to confirm. That'll at least confirm to us they may have come from the same location.
Well, are we going to be traveling to the pyramid? I mean, A, are we going to go with those guys? And B, are we even allowed to leave? Because sounds like the law here is no interest in us leaving town.
Yeah, I don't want to get in any international trouble. That certainly muddies up the place, and, well, at some point this week, I'm going to have to um, take a trip. So,
Well, we're leaving. It's supposed to be leaving on the expedition tomorrow. So any trips you want to take, you need to be soon. Where are you
oh
wanting to take
yeah.
a trip to?
Well, we'll be off to the coast, so I'll be able to take care of whatever I need to then.
You like born on a ship or something?
No, 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 no. I I do this thing for it's a psychology grounding thing where I bathe myself in the ocean, and it, really helps bring me back to, if you will.
Okay. I mean, whatever
It's
keeps you sane, I guess.
it's helped me through the years, and that's something I vividly wish to continue for my own sanity. Keeps me mentally strong, you know.
Well, some mental fortitude's probably good to have right now.
Certainly, some weird stuff happening there. But yeah, I think it's a good idea. Let's go see if someone can't get some eyes on, and we'll head over to that hotel's bar.
Okay. You guys are heading to the Hotel España?
Sounds like it.
Cool. So, yeah, you guys head to the Hotel España. Um, Final Divers. And you walk in the front door, and there doesn't seem to be a hotel bar there. It's like it's a small hotel kind of on the corner of like a busy like little market area. There's like a bunch of shops on the corners, like the street, and you walk in the front lobby, and there doesn't seem to be a bar. There is no even real front desk. There's just like a couple seats, a couch, and then there's just like this old woman in like a shawl and just sitting in a rocking chair knitting, and she's just like, uh, Hola. And then you guys like look at her and don't speak Spanish, and she's like, hello, how are you doing? Good evening.
There we go.
There's no furniture on the map, but picture the furniture in the lobby. With your mind palace. There's like a little book on the table back there, but she's just sitting there knitting. You guys, she says, how are you doing? You all stare at her silently for a while, and she's just,
We're
"Are you
doing well. We're doing well. How are you?
No, still alive. You know. What can I do for you? 4 rooms, or are you a couple? Is it 3 rooms, perhaps?
I'm not sure if we're grabbing rooms yet. We're just kind of perusing the neighborhood right now. Just kind of looking around. I don't think uh, not speaking the language. I didn't realize this was a hotel when when we walked in. It's a bit smaller.
Ah, yes, it is the Hotel España, and I am Petronilia Cupertina. This is Cupertina. This is my hotel.
Well, it's a very quaint and lovely place you have. You have any guests right now?
Yes, but we have 4 rooms available if you need some.
Um, would it be possible to have a look at the rooms? Like I said, we may need a place to stay, but just kind of checking things out right now. If you wanted to show what your amenities are like, I'd be happy to see.
Will you give me a deception check? Deception, is that the roll?
I think
What's
it's a
the lying roll?
deception.
Yeah.
I don't think, that's
Or is
deception a
it
bad one for me? Let's see.
Disguise. Oh, weird. I thought it was a deception.
what's the lie roll? Maybe I guess there's no
I
lie
I
roll.
think it's any of the fast talk,
Yeah.
persuade, or
Fast
so.
talk, yeah, I'll take fast talk. Because
Fast
fast talk is
talk.
less
Can I
than
use?
it's been. So persuade,
Okay,
there's like there's a time difference between the two of them, and so this has been
gotcha.
this is yeah, and it's in the
Okay.
like if you hit I next to any of them, it'll give you a description on like on the skill itself.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so and so it talks about persuade takes. I went through and like dropped in all the descriptions from the book. Persuade takes time, at least half an hour. Yeah,
Gotcha.
and I
Okay, well, fast
that
talk.
that 30 minutes is flexible.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I could just sit there and make you fucking talk for 30 minutes, or even in game, like say you spoke for 30 minutes.
Well, let's hope for a
Fast
5 or below.
fast talk is specifically limited to verbal trickery, deception, and misdirection.
Yeah,
Literally the first line in it.
yeah, that's not happening.
She says,
Woo!
um, all of our rooms are very nice, but no, sorry, my rheumatism is acting up. It is not good today. I'm not in the position to give tours.
Okay, understood. I wouldn't want you to be in extra pain. Well, if we decide this is where we want to stay, we'll be back after a while.
She smiles and nods. Keeps rocking.
Should we go see what else is around, guys?
Absolutely.
We get back outside. I'm gonna be like, why did why are we in the nice big hotel and they're in uh, an oversized house?
So like the furnishings all look very nice. It's just small. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
And he said-
boutique
yeah.
hotel.
He said that there weren't any more rooms available at the Hotel Maori at dinner to book
Oh, okay.
him and Mendoza a room.
Mm. I mean, that could be true. Could also just be convenient.
Are there windows? Like, is every room in this hotel pointing outside to where like we could like try to look in the windows and see if we could find them? Walk the perimeter of the house.
There are just windows in the front. Yeah.
Dang it.
Mm. I got a thought. I could go get some local clothes and I could just kind of hang out across the street or something. I'll look around. Is there like a little cafe or diner or something with like any outdoor seating in view?
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. I could if I put on some if I got some locals clothes, I could maybe just go hang out over there and try and watch and see what they're doing, how they're moving and such.
When we walked into this hotel, did it seem like it would be an easy hotel to like sneak around in? Or is it just too like is everything too close together to actually do that?
You just have to get past the old lady. Is what you feel like.
You have to
I
get
mean,
past the old lady.
that was the only entrance you saw immediately, but she's like right there. And then you don't know what room Larkin and Tim and
Well,
Doza are in.
that's why you stealth around the entire hotel. Put your ear to the door. You figure it out. Uh, hmm. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe one of us could distract her as someone else like walks in.
Well, the problem is if you get past her and then you bump into one of those two in this very small place, um,
Um,
it's gonna be hard to explain.
yeah, I hate sticky situations like this.
I'm telling you, as someone who does this sort of thing, just staking out and waiting for them to move is probably the best bet.
I mean, I would be willing to stake out with you if you want some company.
Could it hurt? While we've been walking around, the locals are like hats common items with them, and if they are, what kind of hats are they wearing?
So Lima is actually the dress is relatively similar to kind of what you're all wearing. It's pretty Western. So you're all kind of fitting in terms of what you're wearing. The sort of culture in Lima right now in the 1920s. It's yeah, between being an international port and the status as a capital, it sees a lot of international visitors, and yeah, it's a pretty cosmopolitan city. Like,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, suppose we don't even really need to change that much. we could probably just two of us have a seat over there. I don't know what you two would like to get up to. I'm pretty sure we shouldn't all congregate in the same place. We become obvious then. And even if they spot, even if they spot me and Thee, we can just say we walked out and we're walking around and found this little place to eat at.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I feel like my physical size might become a problem for trying to hide. So probably best if I go about somewhere else and be more useful.
You are a large man. No offense.
Oh, of course not. Not taken. I am quite a
I'm assuming he
large and
looks like an
identifiable
absolute
person.
monster to the two Asian people.
I think
Well,
they
I
both
guess you
do,
live in Britain now, so maybe you're a
Shazad,
little more used to it. But for me, yeah, you're a fucking monster.
Shazad's also like 6'4". I think they're both
Oh, good lord.
huge. Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah,
I'm
they're
5'6".
definitely huge. I'm like 5'6". Yeah, they're monsters.
Yeah, I'm 6'4".
Jeez.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys find a little cafe next across the street. And what are Shazad and Robert doing?
That's a good question. Can't really help investigate that. You have to wait for the time being. You know what? Is there a library around here? Let's see if I can't investigate on this, like these uh rumors of or like the myths of these the white-faced people who suck your fat out, whatever.
So it's a really good idea. I would hold on to it, but the library would be closed by now.
Right.
It's nighttime. I would
Right,
definitely
right.
keep
It's
that
later.
idea. Yeah.
Well, you know what? It is later. You want to go get some food, Shazad?
Yeah, sure.
Just wait to hear back from him. I'm getting hungry.
Will Robert, will you and Yang, will you both give me luck rolls?
Ooh. Oh, Jesus.
Nice. All right. Cool. Yeah, we're so yeah, Robert, Shazad, you guys both go get some food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where do you guys go to eat? Just you go back to Bar Cardano, you go find a different restaurant.
You just want to go back to the bar and get food there? Or would you rather try
Yeah.
somewhere different? Okay.
Let's
Back to
just
the
go
bar.
back to the bar.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys go back to the bar. And then Yang, you and Thee are sitting in this little cafe, just chilling, drinking some coffee and watching this hotel.
I will try to stay alert as we watch the hotel, just, scanning to see if anything weird happens.
Yeah. Will you both give me spot hidden checks?
While we're doing that, I'll lean in at some point to Thee and I'll be like, do you speak Mandarin?
I do not.
Okay.
I
Worth a shot.
speak Malay, if that helps.
No, I speak Mandarin and English. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, sorry I can't help you.
I just thought it'd be easier for us to speak openly if we were speaking a language that was likely not understood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys don't see. I mean, Earthy, you don't see too much, but with the extreme success, Yang, you see this side of the building on the second floor. There's a little balcony, and you briefly see Larkin kind of come to the balcony and like look out the window, and then kind of walk back in, like kind of like languidly walk back in and go to sit back. Seems like he's going to sit back down somewhere.
Well, looks like we found Larkin's room.
We did?
Yeah, second floor, front of the building there, on the to the right of the door. Or no, sorry,
Huh.
left of the door. He was he peeked out the window and then kind of went back in.
Oh,
And
I mean, we do know where his room is, which is good.
and I'd say there's decent odds that Mendoza's room is next to his.
More than likely. Huh.
I don't think we're
I
going to
just,
get any more information tonight, though.
no, I wish I could just peek in the window, though. That would be great.
Well, unless you're good at scaling two-story buildings without people noticing, I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, no, I'm not that good at it. I mean, I'm stealthy, but my climbing is as it should be. Maybe we can wait.
Well, should we just take our leave back to the hotel? Call it good for tonight.
Yeah, I think so.
So you work in archaeology, huh?
Among other things, yes, I dabble. And you enjoy your work as a what? Private investigator?
I am. I mostly just collect information for people, but my specialty inadvertently ended up becoming the occult. A strange specialization, I know, but there's a fair amount of that around the Szechuan area to work on, and I get around most of China doing so.
I mean, my husband works in a garage, so I do know a little bit of tinkering. Not as much as him, obviously. But interesting that you focus on the occult. I don't think I've heard of a private investigator that focuses on the occult before.
Well, they get up to a lot of shady stuff, so sometimes people want to look into them.
I guess it makes sense.
And it takes some certain knowledge to be able to kind of predict what those people are going to do.
Certain knowledge. Like you can read people well? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm pretty good at reading people well, and I've also just learned a lot about occult lore over the time and
Huh.
normal and occult practices and such.
Interesting. I feel
Like
like
trying to,
you're. Sorry, go ahead.
like trying to suck people's faces off. That's some occult level stuff there.
Yeah, I feel like that expertise might actually come in handy for the leech sucking thing, which is weird.
I like the nickname, the Leech.
The leech, I do like that too.
As you guys are walking down the street, Yang, you hear coming from behind you, maybe you're pretty sure it's behind you. This guttural growl, and then this awful baying noise, as if some enormous hound is just maybe a block or two away. And there is like there's like the Lima's a pretty big city, especially in the 20s, like maybe a couple 100,000 people. So there's like the nightlife, and but this cuts through everything, and it just sends this chill up your spine. Will you give me a D6 roll?
A 1.
One. You take one sand loss. No check. Just straight sand loss.
All right.
And you feel the sudden urge to just run, as you feel like nobody reacts, nobody can see it, but you know that there's somewhere on these streets behind you this enormous hound that has caught
Yeah.
your scent and is chasing you down. And
B
you
has just
you
seen.
see him
Yeah,
stiffen and start sprinting. Yeah.
Are, wait, are you? I
Just-
look around.
just run.
I'll like jog, but then look behind me. Do I see anything?
No. But he feels compelled to retreat to a safe place, anywhere you would normally feel safe and secure. I don't know where that is for you currently.
I will. I'll just.
For Yang. That's where he feels
Yeah. How
compelled.
far are we from the hotel? Because
Maybe 2 blocks. Yeah.
okay, yeah, he would just be sprinting, just wide open for the hotel.
And I think we see like the bar where Shazad and Robert are like enjoying a meal, as he is like and past the window is Yang sprinting. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just be jogging behind him,
He goes boom
watching
by.
him.
She's just jogging.
The hell?
I will catch up with our buddies. He just started running. I don't know why.
Uh,
There was nothing behind him.
man, I haven't even finished my food. All right. Get up and start.
I
heading-
will. I'll fill them in on what happened.
Yeah. So yeah,
Exposition.
I was running. So yeah, so you guys are kind of chatting in the restaurant still, as Yang is like turning to cut down an alleyway to try to get to the hotel. And as you turn and cut down this alleyway, De Mendoza is just standing there with someone else and just staring at you. And you're like,
At us
no,
or
just
me?
a Yang. You guys aren't there yet. You guys are still because you were
Okay.
jogging. You were so far behind him. It's gonna take
Oh
you like
yeah.
at least 2 rounds to get to him.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
It's gonna take
Well,
you,
sorry.
yeah.
I'll just stop in my tracks and look at them and go, I'm being chased by a dog. It's big. Eh,
And he just
And
kind
then
of turns his head and looks at you. And this other person just turns and they just start walking towards you.
what what are you
And
guys
you're
doing? And I'll start like backing up, but at the same time, I'm like looking over my shoulder because I think there's
yeah.
a
You
giant
still
fucking
hear
dog.
that hound, yeah. And we are in an initiative order, which is the Shazad, Yang, Robert. Well, actually, it's give me a sec. Check my guys here. It is.
Oh lord.
It is actually Mendoza. Then then his buddy, then Shazad, Shah, Yang, Rob. Cool. So, and D Mendoza has this like long. Actually, not in the city. He wouldn't because he's still kind of hiding from the police now that people know he's attacked a professor. So he just walks towards you and is going to bam strike you right in the face.
Oh,
He will
I
miss.
can
That's a 91.
dodge or
Yeah, you
what
can
is-
dodge it or fight back. You have to do one or the other on any melee attack roll. Dodge or fight back. I guess I should have said that before you knew the roll, but that's fine. You can choose either dodge or fight back. Dodge is equal or better, goes to the dodger. Fight back is equal or better, goes to, or equal or worse goes to the attacker. But when
well,
you fight back, you get to do you can do damage back.
yeah, seeing him doing that and knowing what's going on in the dog here, I'm like in full fight or flight mode, so I would be fighting back.
Cool. Yeah, go for it.
Do I use my attack or do I just use like brawl?
You use brawl.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't have anything in your hand right now currently.
I didn't beat him by much.
Yeah. So it's still a failure. So it's not the roll. It's the level of success.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you both fail. So yeah, it's nothing. Cool. Then you're running to the scene, and then his buddy will walk up on you. And give me 1 sec here. I'm gonna just do this, and his buddy's gonna do the same thing. Actually, his buddy's gonna run up, and try to just grab you from behind to hold you in place. You want to dodge or fight back?
That one I will dodge. And it looks
Oh.
like I can do a compose check by doing shift right click. What's that do?
No idea. Oh, opposed. I think that's if you were targeted, but
Oh, gotcha.
we don't have a map on, so you can't really target. Yeah.
Okay, so I just roll regular.
Yeah. 73. Yeah, you dodge. He failed. Yeah. So yeah, you like slide out from him trying to grab you. You try to like Demon Dozer tries to swing at you. You try to like swing back. This guy tries to grab you. You just like dodge back. Shazad and nope, the Shazad and Thea are still on their way. Yang, it's your turn.
In all this, do I still hear this baying of a hound?
You do.
Do I feel surrounded like it is? Does it look like I can escape, or do I have one guy on each side of me now?
You got one guy in front of you, one guy behind you.
I want to go forward, so I'm guessing Mendoza is in front of me. I'm just whipping out my knife and I'm striking out at him.
Okay.
Combat.
He will fight back. That's typically like Monsters' MO to make fights go quicker, is they will almost always fight back.
Do I click the enchanted knife first, or do I click brawl first?
I think you can click the enchanted knife. Just it will attack. It will roll an attack with it, and then you hit the fighting brawl underneath it.
I see that.
Ooh, extreme success. Regular success. So he fights back. He succeeds on fighting back because his success was higher.
Oh
So,
shit!
yeah. So he like you try to like you pull out your knife. You're like, fuck, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. You like pull out a knife from, I don't know where you keep your knife in your body, but yeah, you pull it out from there and you try to stab him, and he just like boom, bam, and hits you right in the face, and you take 9 damage. Right to the schnoz.
Ow.
Yeah. What's your max HP?
22. So
Cool.
that puts me
Okay.
at 13.
So if you ever take half your max HP in one hit, you take a major wound. That's very important information for everyone to remember, regardless of like if that is like you have 1 HP left and you take half of your max HP. If you have full HP and you take half your max HP, that's not like you get to half max HP. That's just in one hit. Is that half your max HP? Just remember that number. I think it might auto calculate that, but you take a major wound if that happens, because that's the difference between falling unconscious when you drop to 0 HP and getting the dying state. Also, also when you take a major wound, you have to make a con check to stay conscious, and it massively impacts how you heal, how you recover damage.
Fun.
Back to the top. Rob is coming. Demon Doza is going to try to punch you again. You want to dodge or fight back?
You said fight back goes to them if
you tie.
tie. I guess we'll go for shit. I'm better at brawling than dodging, but
Damage bonus. How did I get 9? That doesn't make sense. Oh, hold on. You don't take 9. I need to
Okay.
take that back. Because it rolled a crit. You shouldn't have taken 9.
Ooh.
3. The max you could have taken would have been 7. It should be 1d3. Because you can't take crit damage on. And maybe you can crit, but you can't impale. I don't know. I'm gonna call it right now. You're gonna take 4 instead of 9.
Okay.
I don't know if you can crit. I gotta double check that. I know you can't impale, but I'm pretty sure you can't crit on a fight back roll.
Okay. So fight back. Since I have my knife out, do I click brawl or do I click the knife?
You can click the knife.
Okay.
I'm gonna double check that, but I'm pretty sure you can't crit on fight backs. He will punch. Because an extreme success you roll. So I get a regular success. Oof.
Oof.
Okay. So I forgot to roll damage. Or I forgot to roll. So you take 1d3 plus 1d4. 3 and 2. So another 5. So now you get your 9. So it's over 2 turns instead of 1.
13.
Yeah. That way. Not the 9 the first time. Cool. Now, Fee, you're rounding the corner. Now you see what's going on. You see, you're like, he's just being crazy, man. This guy I've just met today or yesterday. What a weirdo. And now you see him
Right.
having a knife fight. Well, he's got a knife out, and these two dudes are just punching at him, beating on him in this alleyway.
Jeez.
And yes, that is your movement.
Okay.
Yeah, well, so you can pull your gun out and shoot, but like a fumble, you're gonna shoot Yang, which could absolutely kill him. So it's just your call if you want to do that.
Damn.
Do it.
So
Risk it.
I'm
Right,
really
right?
tempted
I
to
mean,
because
also
handgun
Josh's
is the
character,
I'm
if I
better
were
at
to
handgun
Josh's
than
one, so you-
punching somebody. Who would be in my range if I pulled out my handgun? Would it
they
be
both
Louise
are.
or the other guy? Okay.
The other guy would be
Does
between you, right? Me and her,
The
right?
other guy's gonna be easier. I think Louise is gonna be behind cover basically.
Okay.
It would be Buddy.
Out since I only have one gun on me, and I said it was gonna be my automatic handgun, I'm gonna pull that out, and I'm gonna shoot at the one that is the easiest for me to hit.
Okay. You also can all, just for something to reference when it is not your turn, on the Henry's uploaded rules compendium, there is like combat sanity and recover, and also cheat sheets. There's a combat cheat sheet. I think there's actually 2 of them. You can check through those for like information on what to do in
Combat
combat.
cheat sheet 1. Hey.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Give me your.
Give me the firearms handgun, I assume.
Mhm.
All right, I
Or
could do
you can
this.
click on the gun. You can click on the gun and it will roll from there.
Oh, okay. I'll click the gun. You have not selected a target. Does
That's
the
okay.
target matter? Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah. And then hit roll firearms.
And then okay. Oh,
Nice.
good.
Roll damage.
Yay. Damage is not good, but
3
I
points.
hit.
That's all right. Yeah. Yeah, hits him. Ouch. Yeah, you shoot
Ooh.
this guy in the back, and he turns and hisses at you, and will
I
turn
hiss back. He.
and run at you, and he's going to try to punch you. Actually, he's going to try to grab you. Do you want to dodge or fight back? Well,
I mean,
I guess you can punch. You can, yeah, you can fight back. You can like kind of use your gun as like a little. You can be a fist.
I'm gonna try to dodge so I could get in a better shooting stance next turn.
Yeah, it won't change your position. It just affects the success.
Well, yeah, for flavor,
For flavor.
dodge
Gotcha.
to get the
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
flavor.
Oh fuck, 90. Okay, yeah, give me your dodge. Give me your dodge roll. Oh, just not good. Okay, yeah.
Dang.
He tries to grab you. You try to dodge. You guys kind of stay mostly where you are, but he unsuccessfully tries to do it. Shazad, you also turn the corner and you see this guy trying to. Basically what you're seeing is Fee turn the corner, pull out her gun and shoot, and then all of a sudden this guy come out of the corner and try to grab her. And then you get there, and yeah.
Am I close enough to try and punch the guy?
Yeah, you can get close enough to punch him.
All right. Well, I'm not that great with it, but I'll try.
He will fight back because that's what monsters do. He would also have a that's all right. Cool. And yeah, nope. And Yang.
Well, I heard the shot go off. I guess I would glance behind me and see Thea and Shazad coming around the corner. So I'm just focused on Dave Mendoza again, and I'm just going to go at him with my knife again.
All right.
Like, dude punched me in the face. It doing weird shit, so he's got to go.
He will fight back.
Oh,
Oh, extreme success.
yeah.
Nice. With a
Hell
concealed,
yeah.
it's like it's gonna do max damage and the crit. Yeah, we're giving that damage. 1d4
That's
plus 2 plus
amazing.
10.
There we go.
16. Yeah, let me check your. Because, yeah, what's your. Here's at the. Yeah, so. Jeez. Yeah, you. So he's like trying to, do the same thing and block as you come down, but this time you grab both hands on your dagger and just bring your hand down and like through his arm and straight into his neck, and he goes and just falls to the ground limp. And yeah, you drop him with a single blow. Oh my god! Sorry, you can't see it, but when you put their HP to 0 on their character sheet, it puts a tombstone.
That's amazing.
That's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, you just boom right in the neck, and he just spits like this blood, and then a little bit of this like white viscous like waxy substance, and just drops to the ground. And Yeah, and then Robert, let's do it. You see, Thea and Shazad are like fighting this dude.
I turn. I'm like, oh my god, it's a dead body and someone fighting.
Yeah, then down the alleyway, yeah, Yang has a knife in this dude's in Louis de Mendoza's neck.
Blood just shoots up in the air like a fountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm throw fists, ask questions later. Go in to help with the fight.
Yep.
All right. It's a brawl check and then punch, or just
No,
go
you can
punch?
just hit punch, and this guy will fight back. Yeah, they only fight back. And then you got to hit the fighting brawl button underneath your punch there
Fight and brawl. Okay.
in the chat box.
In the chat box. Okay.
It's where it says fighting brawl plus or 25%.
Fighting brawl.
Next to my thing here, my little dancing cursor.
Sorry, I'm looking for it.
Yeah. Under big test.
Wait. All right, maybe I'm looking in the chat box. Oh, I see it. I see it. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Not quite.
Fairly. So he succeeds in fighting back. Come in. You should have a penalty die. It's still a success because that would be 14 instead of 34. So 34. So he succeeds. So you come in, you try to punch two. He just like, boom, you try to come in and grab it at him too as Shazad's trying to fight at him. He just like, boom, elbows you in the face. It's going to be a D3 and a D. Yeah, he's got a D4 as well. D3. All right, D4. And so you take 3 damage as you get, boom, catch an elbow in the chin.
Ouchie.
Yeah. And Dementos is dead, so it's going to be Thea. You're up. And
All right.
you.
So, yes.
Technically, yeah. What do you want to do? Or ready weapon. So technically, if you have a ready weapon, you get 50 to your dex. If the first thing you do when you have a ready firearm is shoot, you're at the top of the dex order anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, I was just gonna shoot him in the face
Yeah,
again.
go
So
for it.
click the gun, proceed, roll. Yeah.
Nice.
Eh,
Give me
eh.
that roll damage.
Ooh.
Oh, even better than last time.
8. All right. Boom. Yeah, you shoot him. It goes like through his shoulder, and he's like, and he's still standing, but not looking good. Not looking good. Yeah. Then it is his turn, and he is going to just try to. Punch Thea, I guess. She's the one who. Oops, sorry. You want to dodge or fight back?
I would like to try to dodge if
Yeah,
possible.
give me that dodge roll.
Okay, let me. Oh, oof, that was bad.
Nope. Yep, you take some damage. There it is. I can just do that for damage next time. Hey, 5 damage.
Yay.
5. And Shazad.
I'm gonna try it again.
Oh.
Gonna try to
Ooh,
punch
oh, sorry,
again,
actually,
and nope.
yeah, I need to fight back too.
Yeah.
Hey, and
I'm taking damage.
oops, just once.
2 punches. What?
No, just one punch. 5. There you go. All right, and yeah, you try to punch him. You know he's like on his last limb, and he's just like flailing wildly now. He's like, and you try to like punch in and just catch a wild fist. Yang, you're up. And you see this fight going on now. It's also in the direction you're hearing this bang from. So are you gonna like heal yourself and try to fight? Try to like go in and stab this dude, or just turn and run? If you want to steal yourself and do it, will you give me like a power roll?
I think he would try to steal himself in this situation. So let's go for the power roll.
Okay. That's not part of your. That doesn't count as like one of your actions. It's just to see if you can do it. Oh,
Nope.
you just you got does you don't have to turn and run if you're just like frozen. You're just frozen with fears. You're like, I think you even see as you're standing there the like arm like leg and paw of a giant like enormous hound, and then the snout and nose and breath, even though it's not cold outside because it's it's summer, so it's maybe like 55-60 degrees, but you just see just the steam coming off this breath, like this hound's mouth. I'm trying to think of like what movie that is, but just like just the dark all black fur. You would imagine when you see its eyes, they've got to be glowing red as this hound is just coming around the corner, probably standing right over Robert, who just rounded that corner, and they don't see it there. As it is Robert's turn.
What would I scream out at? Would I like? Am I completely frozen? Or
You can act, yeah.
I'd probably be screaming out, Robert, behind you.
I'll turn around and look behind me.
There's nobody behind you. You can see except for you can see like people like have fled the streets, and you can hear like whistles, and you can see like police officers running down the street.
I look, I see the police officers. I'm like, oh, I put the thumbs up and start waving them down.
They're running at you, and they're still like blowing their whistles and running at you with like billy
I'm
clubs
like,
and
oh
stuff.
yeah, help.
Yeah. And yeah. Do you want to do anything else for your turn, Robert? You still have like your actions and stuff. Yeah, that's just like a free action. Punch this guy,
I mean,
take him out.
Oh, yeah. Like we're still in immediate danger. So, see if I can't help subdue.
He'll fight back as well. Oh, but that 14 is pretty good. Fight back on a regular success. It goes to you. So yeah, give me your damage.
All right.
1d3.
1.
1. Yeah, you punch him, and he snaps his head back and looks at you.
I'm like, I'm sorry.
And it's you. Shoot again. You actually have a bonus die from being in point blank range, by the way.
Me?
No,
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I do? I have a bonus die? Cool. Okay. Is it my turn? I'm assuming it's my turn again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm
So when you
I'm
roll
gonna.
that, you can hit the bonus die.
Yeah, I'll have to do firearms handgun to do that though.
Yes.
And is it just the +1? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna shoot him again.
2. That's
that bonus
gonna
die.
be yeah. So yeah. I think you can still do it with rolling from the punch, can't you? But anyway, yeah. Give me your damage. And hit the critical button there. Yeah. Oh. Let's re-roll it.
Oh, I didn't hit the
Uh,
critical button. Do you want me
yeah.
to? Okay.
No, I saw it the last
A
second. Yeah,
second.
re-roll it and hit that critical button.
Excuse me.
We're learning Foundry. Yeah, and then tap that critical.
There we
the
go.
impale. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Nice,
even
12.
better.
Yeah, that's you. So he like turns. So he gets this little punch by Robert. Because Robert's like, you got so much stuff going on, Robert. Right? Like you're a big dude. Normally you can hit well. It was just a bad moment. You look at the cops. You're looking at a dog that's not there. You turn. You try to take a swing. So now he like turns and looks at Robert, and his head's exposed. And yeah, and he's just like, bam, blast this dude's head, and he just slumps to the ground as the police are running up with their billy clubs and their guns, and they're just like yelling at you in Spanish to like drop your gun, to thee, and then turn the corner, and they're like, say drop your knife, but this dog is just like is now moving through, like as if it's an apparition moving through everyone else, and so they turn the corner to say like to clear this alleyway, and I imagine we just see Yang's heels as he is just cutting and running, because this dog is just like gonna eat him, and that is where we will pull the curtain on this session, with you guys being
awesome
at the hands of these police officers, or at the firearms of these police officers.
I did not expect hounds to come into play session 1.
Neither did I. So it's all right. Fumble with luck roll.
That's rough.
Yeah. But yeah. And hey, it's just a spectral hound. Cool. It's all good. It's all good. But excellent. I gotta check out that if the damage on that knife calculated correctly, because that was.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was trying to figure out what that +10 is. I'm supposed to get a bonus die, I think.
Yeah, when you impale with a weapon, with a dagger, it does like the max damage. What's your damage bonus? 1d4.
I don't know. Is it?
So
Yeah, it's 1d4.
Yeah, so that's 8 plus 8 plus. Yeah, that's correct. So it's your.
Also, it's the 2d4s max plus the +2.
Yeah, but I didn't.
10.
Yeah. Gotta check on see if that's still calculated correctly. But yeah, it's your. Yeah, basically it doubles your damage. But then, is your normal damage roll 1d4 plus? Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
It does add your damage
normal
bonus.
roll for the knife is 1d4 +2.
Yeah, plus, and it typically rolls the 1d4 for your damage bonus as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is. That's why melee combat, if you have a damage bonus, can still do a shit ton of damage. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I did more than the gun.
Yeah. Hey, if you're taking a knife to the neck, taking a giant piece of rusty iron to the neck, and it can do a lot of damage. But yeah, well, good.
So the extra damage came from tetanus?
Yeah, it's long-term poison damage, chip damage. Yeah, but good work, everyone. So, on the 29th, that'll be.
Quick question.
Yeah, go for it.
So we notched skills when we got successes. Now, when do we roll to like up those? Is it like after? Is it the end of an arc or end of a session? I'm trying to remember.
That's the end of an arc.
An arc.
So I'm assuming like
just double checking.
When we leave Lima, might be potentially where we would roll that, right?
It'd be like when you leave Peru. Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be the end of like a chapter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Sometimes, sometimes throughout the campaign, it'll be after like, if you guys get involved in, like side quests or like sidetrack scenarios is kind of what they're referred to as, then you'll kind of get to do like some small investigator improvements. So there are chances to do them kind of in between, like during larger chapters when you do sidetrack scenarios. But yeah, typically it's at the end of each chapter. So once you leave Peru, you'll do an investigator improvement.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Yeah. See, I'm curious how many things you've shown. Yeah, I mean, you already have. Already have quite a few things checked. Yeah.
So do we roll on every
Mhm.
one of them checked when we do that?
Yep.
Okay. I know the better
Yep.
you are at them, the less chance you got of getting better
Exactly.
at it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which is why encourages you to just say like, hey, I'm not good at this thing, but I might as well try it. Like yeah.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
got 4 right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Robert landed some punches. Even if you think the punches don't do a lot of damage, you succeeded at them, means you'll get better at brawling. And by the end of this, who knows? He might be a professional boxer, basically.
Well, we'll see.
How does he not get a bonus die as big as he is?
Yeah, I'm curious what his. Yeah, he doesn't have a damage because his strength isn't super high. His size is just big.
Okay, so he's not large, powerful man. He's just large man.
Yeah, big man, not strong
Yeah.
man. Yeah. There's this it's like basketball podcaster. He refers to like tall man, not big man.
Right.
Yeah.
What we're saying is he's not the brute squad.
Yeah. No. Shazad. Does Shazad have a damage bonus? Yeah, D4.
Hmm.
If you got big
Yeah, if
strength
I
and
can
big
hit.
size, you get like a D6. Yeah, did you not land a?
I didn't land a single hit.
It's too bad. That's too
Oh, it's the tiny gif.
bad.
You are the brute
I'm
squad.
on the Brute Squad. Well, sweet. Okay, let me put this in there. So yeah, I said the 29th. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.